The old lady syndrome. So if Lee, the old lady syndrome. In Lee's bathroom, I was sitting right here behind y'all,
Okay.
because I know the towers.
No, you're
There's
good.
a long history.
How long? I think Lisa might not make it.
How long?
Yeah, I'm not sure. She was tied up. Yeah. Good. How are you? You
I'm
made it?
good. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good. Well, you don't have to tell your age. That's not what I was getting at.
I'm a very straightforward person. You don't get to know that. I was just asking how old are you? No, I was just curious, like like how long you've been like in the field.
Oh no, I'm new. Uh,
Okay.
2003.
Are you from
South Dakota.
Good for you. Oh, you're just using it. You sure you don't want to sit there? Oh, okay. I picked this one because it's number 13. Oh, you got a lucky number too. I like it. Did you hit your what they call it when you brownie shot? It's fine. But I'm a foodie, so I had I did I have been telling myself I'm vegan, by the way. I went to Taco Bell to get beef burritos because it's like the cheapest thing right here and quick. And I ordered them with no cheese so it's like just me. And then I got here and it was like already 40, 140. I was like, I'm gonna hurry up. Like 45. And I opened the burrito and the cheese was gone. I sure did. Here, have some of those. Yeah, welcome. Sit back and they're both lucky. You picked the lucky numbers. So this is the same. It's kind of weird playing basketball going in the police in my area at work. Um, this was the campaign that was launched when I went to the trauma training last week. That was 3 days. They tried to launch this campaign, but then like the pandemic hit right after, so it didn't really work out the way they planned. So this is the first meeting since then. No, I just too much damage already. I'm gonna regret it so bad. I haven't had cheese in 2 years, but you know what? It tasted so good. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh, sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry, who's?
In the video, no, no, the first thing, like your pastor.
She's talking.
Here's the video. So first is the video, then Pastor will. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. Yes, that's right.
So is
And
there a
then
certain time you want to start the video?
at 1:10, can we say 1:10, give people 4 more minutes, or we 1:15?
cannot find green. I haven't been able to find it since I've been here, so he'll be on blue today.
Okay, he'll be on
And
blue.
they're ready to get started whenever you want.
All righty. Okay, so
All right.
they were going to just roll the video. So you're going to intro. So you're going to do the welcome, and then you're going to intro Commissioner Brooks' video.
Okay.
And then Virginia goes up. So they're
Flip-flop.
switching it. That's it. So whenever you're ready, let me know.
They don't want me to pray or anything like that, do they? Is that a part of this program?
I mean,
No.
it's your
Okay.
house.
It is, isn't it? Well, good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing? All right, warm yourselves up and clap. There you go. All right, so I know that you have been sitting and waiting with bated breath for the workshop to start, and we're going to start in just a moment. My name is Patrick Winfield. I am the campus pastor here at the Potter's House of Fort Worth, and we are partnering. All right, thank you. Hey. Thank you. And we're partnering with Faces of Change and our commissioner, Roy Brooks, and the commissioner's office to bring this workshop to you. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to get some tools to help us to navigate the tumultuous waters of trauma. Oftentimes we find ourselves living life and the world asking for us to deal with traumatic experiences without necessarily giving us the tools to be able to deal with those experiences. Well, one of the things that I've been preaching and teaching here for the past few weeks and for the past few years, even regarding mental health, and one of the things that I know Commissioner Brooks is very passionate about is to make sure that our community has the tools needed and necessary to navigate life changes, life stages. And so this is going to be a wonderful opportunity for all of us to gain some tools. Now, our commissioner is not here physically, but he is here in spirit. And I want to pitch to a video of Commissioner Roy Brooks. Check this out.
Good afternoon. I am Roy Charles Brooks, County Commissioner for Precinct 1 here in Tarrant County. I'm also the person behind the idea of the Healthy Lives Matter initiative. Now, Healthy Lives Matter is a program to bring information to the public so that you, the members of that public, can take ownership over and exercise control over your health status. I want to welcome you today to this first Faces of Change Makers Symposium held here at the Potter's House, Fort Worth. During this symposium, we hope to educate you about the impact of trauma in your lives and in the lives of everyone with whom you come into contact. Trauma can have life-changing effects on people. That's why it is important that we recognize events of trauma and deal with them fairly immediately. If we deal with trauma close to the time it happens, then we have the ability to mitigate, to lessen the impact of that trauma in your life. Now, I recognize that some trauma is not episodic, meaning it does not just happen one time and it's done. Some trauma is systemic, it's generational, and those are the traumas that are most difficult to deal with. But through Faces of Change Makers, we hope to give you tools to deal with all of the trauma that has built up over years in your life. Stay with us. Stay engaged. Learn how to deal with your trauma. Trauma has life-changing impacts, but learning how to deal with trauma also has life-changing impacts. It's that latter impact, the learning how to deal with trauma, that we will be dealing with in this seminar. And what you will come away with is tools for healthier and more successful living. Thank you for plugging into Faces of Change Makers. It will change your life forever.
Mental Health Connection, we have towards change. It's the first thing we got to do before we can move towards a culture of wellness and a culture of health is we have to understand how adversity and trauma, either in our childhood or in our adulthood during COVID or whatever, how it interrupts our mental wellness. And that's what we're going to look at. That's what Change Makers is about. And one of the people that was a co-principal on the ACEs study, which you'll hear about today, one of his quotes is, "An informed public is often the major driving force for change." What we're here to start with today and to move forward with a lot of other related initiatives is arming you, the public, with the information, good, solid, science-based information and tools to really understand how trauma impacts your mind, your body, your soul, your spirit, your relationships. And then in the recognition of that, then we can move individually and together and start shifting our culture to one of mental wellness instead of one of mental illness. Does that make sense? And that's what this is about. So what I want to do is just do a little bit of housekeeping before I turn it over. But one thing is, if you want CEUs, there is a satisfaction survey on the table at the end of the day. The only way you can get CEUs is by finishing the end of the day, and then don't fill out the satisfaction survey right now because you don't know if you're satisfied. Wait until you know that you're satisfied, and fill that out and turn it in to folks, and you'll get your certificate. Even if you're not one of the CEUs, we really want your feedback. Also, want to let you know that we're going to take a break and feed you around 2:30, and then the last thing that I want to do is we need all of this to stop. So what we need is we need 4 people at every table, and we need people to move. Oh, am I talking too loud? What's the matter? Okay, just do what you say. I understand. Don't ask any questions. So if y'all will move this way, come on, pick up your book bag, kind of like, remember when you were in school and you got to change seats and it was kind of scary, but it was kind of fun at the same time? Everybody move, get forward to a table because we're going to be doing some stuff, and we had this whole thing of making sure you didn't sit with your friends, but we punted on that. So if you want to kind of please be in a table with 4. Don't be by yourself because there's going to be activities and we need to be together. So there's 2 seats here, there's 2 seats there. I'm not moving until the seats are full. So we can, I don't know what we're going to do. I can sing or dance. There's 2 seats there, here. Come on. It's good. Yes, ma'am. CEUs, that's continuing education credit if you're have a license. Yeah. All right, now we're moving. Thank you. All right. This is good. If you're at a table by yourself or with 2 people, I feel really sad. That really makes me so sad. Okay, so I'm done. So with that. So I want to move on and introduce you to our speakers. Let me tell you, what got us here today has been a lot of coincidences. Stumbled into Roderick, who I've decided is a soulmate. Love me some Roderick. We started talking and would spend hours just imagining what could be. And then he connected with Potter's House, and then we've been sitting around imagining what could be. And then we ended up here. The other part of this coincidence is I was on the internet, and I was looking for a training that I really like, Brene Brown, if anybody of you know her, and a Daring to Lead training. And I was all about that. And I was on the internet trying to find some, and just blah, 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 and just all over. And so I landed on this person, and I was like, oh, she has an interesting profile because not everybody's trained to teach Dare to Lead. And so I called her after I called like a number of people and I really didn't jive with anybody. Called her and we started talking. She talks faster and more than I do. I swear this woman talks faster and more than I do. And so, of course, we connected. And so we started talking about Dare to Lead. And then after that, we started talking about trauma. We started talking about trauma-informed communities. And then all of a sudden, it's like, blah, 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 and we're just talking and kind of like Roderick and me. And we're just like, and so what happened is, come to find out, she has done a lot of work in communities building building resilience, trauma-informed communities. And she'd done that up in the Northeast. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And she was so speaking the language. And I'm like, you know what? We got to do something here. And then Roderick, and then it was like everything just fell together. And here we are. And this woman has become a friend of mine, and she's wonderful, and you're going to learn so much from her. It's Dr. Allison Jackson. Welcome.
Thank you, Virginia. Thank you very much. I always like for people to introduce me to lower the bar a little bit because now I'm feeling pressure. But this is really, the way I look at it is when I think about Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz, is that 10% of why today will be meaningful is Denise and I have really thought about what would be a powerful conversation today. But the truth is the 90% is you that sit in the seats. Why this will leave here at 5 o'clock today is what you take away, what you start doing, stop doing, and do more of. So I'm very excited, but I also want to say that this is a collective conversation. And while I will be a talking head a lot of times, we really do want this to be interactive. So I've gotten a beautiful introduction. The way I usually like to introduce myself is, hi, my name is formerly Dr. Allison Jackson. I'm learning my new name because now it's Jackson Dyer. I just got married in September, so that was very exciting. Yay! So thank you. Thank you. So, and Allison works just fine. And I have a bachelor's, master's, PhD in social work. My passion is people who have gone through hard things. My passion is understanding adversity. I'm kind of branded as the trauma lady in a lot of places. I'm working on rebranding as the resilience lady, because what I care about is how we bounce back and how we thrive. But to do that, we got to figure out and name the things that bring us down. And I'm probably really interested in that because between the ages of 13 and 19, I was locked in over about 10 to 12 different hospitals, mental health hospitals and institutions. I was pretty sure that the end of my life would be a jail, an institution, or death. And I used to think other people, I'm broken and other people have this stuff figured out. Until this beautiful man named Howard, and this is what my TED Talk is about, this beautiful man Howard, who was what we call a mental health tech in a hospital. He had no letters behind his name because here's what I want you to hear. You do not have to have the right letters behind your name or any letters behind your name to reach out and be supportive of another human being. You do not have to have letters. And so he connected with a kid like me who liked to hit and curse and take things down. I'm taught now that when you do that and you change systems, it's called being an advocate. Back then, I just was called being in trouble, right? And so he really spent time and he said, Allison, I see you and I see what you can be. And I think this is just a moment in your life. And I was so excited that an adult saw something in me, had hope for me, that I got locked up over and over again so I could see him. That was not his goal. Right? And so I kept coming. He's like, are you coming back here to see me? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, so you can meet me in the lobby. Like, you don't have to break the law. And I was like, oh, okay. And so that's how my teenage years went, is meeting Howard in the lobby and trying to figure out life. And trying to figure out what could my life be beyond all the things that had happened to me. And it worked really well, but here's the problem is if you only have one person, you're one person, it takes a village. And so when I went to college, I lost my one person. I didn't have a community. And so when I went to college, I was raped on campus, I attempted my own life, and I was sent back to the hospital as an adult. And again, I thought that would be the end of my journey. Well, Howard, who still worked on the teenage unit, came to the adult unit, and he had tears in his eyes, and he said, Allison, please don't give up before you know what you can become. I'm going to hold hope right here until you're strong enough to grab it. I got you. That was the last day I was locked in a hospital. It was the last time I ever tried to take my life, and the first job I ever had was a mental health tech on that unit because I promised him I was going to pay it forward. You are the difference. You are the difference, and that is why I'm here. It's very important to know your why. I am here because I believe in hope, and I believe in resilience, and I believe the people in this room are the change makers of Tarrant County, or you're going to go out and find who else we need. So I am very lucky to have had a beautiful coincidence, which is to meet Denise Farmer, who I'm going to bring up here and let her introduce herself. So again, I was doing some work, and as we all know in the last 18 months, it hasn't just been a pandemic we have been dealing with. We have dealt with the murder of George Floyd, which is not a one-time event. And we have been sitting and watching and talking about the death of people that has been going on for hundreds of years without having the real conversation. And a lot of us, we don't have, in my opinion, many people, I don't want to call them leaders because I don't think they are. We don't have many people who are talking at higher levels that are having the real conversation. And so we're about leaders. Leaders by Brene Brown are people who see the potential in people and processes, and they have the courage to develop those people and processes. And that's what a change maker is. And that's not about a corner office or some title or credential. That is about how you show up to the world. And so I was doing some of that work, and I'm very real, and if I ever offend, I want people to call me on my stuff. But I was like, here I am in my white fragility trying to have these really hard conversations. And I need to expand that. And so I was looking, and I had a person go, you have got to meet Donise. And we only met in person yesterday. We've been working together for months, and she has blown up my world because her expertise is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we said, you know what, we're gonna do this thing together.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon. So thank you for just embracing us, first of all, of being in Texas. This is amazing. As Allison stated, my name is Donise Farmer. I am a diversity and inclusion specialist. And a little bit about my educational background. I have a bachelor's in criminal justice, and I earned that from an HBCU called Elizabeth City State University in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Viking pride. I have to let everybody know. I have to say that wherever I am because I am proud of my mighty Vikings. And so my master's degree is in human resource management out of Colorado Technical University. So I have actually several degrees certifications from diversity and inclusion, Cornell University, other certifications from SHRM, or the Society of Human Resource Management. So I love this work. I've been doing diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging work for about 15 years now. And so again, I say 15 years because that's where the expertise comes in, but this is a combination of lived experiences, so 40 plus years. I would say I've been doing this work and living this work because it is truly who I am. And so with that, it has been a pleasure to be able to work with Allison. To be able to connect the work that I do and link it to the work of the work that she does with trauma and be able to share these things. I mean, you'll be able to see through our presentation how this connects and how every one of us can identify with what you're going to see today. So I'm just, again, happy that you all have embraced us and allowed us to be here. Again, when meeting her, I was able to identify, pieces in my own life that I'm like, okay, so that's what trauma is. And looking at family members, so I can now identify what this is and how to be, how to learn from that and grow from that and become resilient. And so that's what we're going to talk to you today about. And just, again, thank you so much for having us. And let's get this party started.
Thank you. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and have us pull up the PowerPoint if we can. And we're going to get this started. So here we go. Bouncing back and thriving forward. This is about building resilient neighborhoods. Next slide. There we go. So the person that defines resilience the best is a philosopher called Tupac. And I truly believe he is one of the best. I mean that in all seriousness. He is one of the best philosophers I have ever heard, and he nails this definition. Now, I do not rap well, so I will not. But what I will say is he wrote something called The Rose That Grew Out of Concrete. And he's like, the rose that grew out of concrete, proving nature's laws wrong. It learned how to rise and walk without having feet. Funny it seems that it was able to do that when no one cared. Long live the rose that grew out of concrete. You see, you wouldn't ask the rose why. You would ask it how. You would celebrate its tenacity to reach the sun. Well, I am the rose, and here are my damaged petals. Don't ask me why, ask me how. It's a beautiful definition of resilience. So that's the conversation. The conversation is we got a lot of concrete that we are trying to push through in our lives from all kinds of different parts of our identities and structural violence and our own personal stories. And so a lot of this is about how do you push through the concrete as individuals, as families, as communities. And so the picture you have up there is from Albany, New York. I went to a group home. It's actually for children who are dually involved in child welfare and in criminal justice. And I taught the information I'm going to teach you. I taught to the teenagers. They're between ages 10 and all the way up to 21. And when I finished it, they said, I get this. You are giving me a new story. And they took me outside. The superintendent let them take me outside. And if you can see, there's the blacktop right there. And that's the side of the building. And literally, the roses grew out of the concrete of this detention facility. And they said, that's us. We are the roses that can grow out of the concrete. And I've never had that story about myself before, Dr. J. So that's the power of the story. But here's where it can't stop. I'm all about helping people push through the concrete, but we need to be smashing some concrete, y'all, because there's some stuff that needs to stop at a structural level. So we want to talk about not only how we are resilient, which is different from coping, how we are resilient and build resilience for ourselves. We got to talk about how we speak up into systems that are structurally re-traumatizing us every single day. Make sense? And I will say, so I'm a preacher's kid, which meant I did all that stuff that PKs do, just so you know. And I'm a little bit like, you hear me? Yeah. You got me? Yeah. Like I'm a little Pentecostal, even though I grew up Presbyterian. So when I say, like, does that make sense, y'all? Yes. Okay. Or you can go, no, say more. That's fine. But I need engagement. Because otherwise I'm just like, you got masks on, which I totally understand, but I can't read your face. So I don't know if you're with me. All right. So that's what this is about. Next slide. All right, so this is what I want you to do. I want y'all to do cultural introductions at your tables. I want you to get to know each other a little bit. Each person will just take about 2 minutes, all right? And you don't have to answer all of these, but this would be how I would answer it. So actually, my name is Allison Jackson. My nickname is Alley Cat because I've always strayed from the rest. I am an only child, and I'm fascinated. And so I had to have 3 kids, ages 15, 20, and 25. I have a ton of estrogen in my house and had no idea what it was like to have siblings. I was born in Louisville, Kentucky, to a daughter of a preacher who then moved to Richmond, Virginia to become the dean of faculty at a Union Theological Seminary, right? And my favorite activity was being babysat by future pastors in seminary and beating them at Hebrew trivia. That was fun. So, and then they doubted whether they should continue. I am white. I look white. I am white. Ancestry. I know a little bit about my ancestry because I'm privileged enough to be able to trace it. And a little bit of it, I think I got some Sweden going on. I think I got some England. I was told that my ancestors, my maiden name is Arnold. And I was told that that was because the Arundel family in England, the 3rd son left. He didn't know how to spell. And so he came here and wrote down Arnold because he didn't know how to spell his name, and that was the change for us. We became Arnolds. I am actually an introvert, which many people find hard to believe. But I promise you, when I finish tonight, I'm going to my room and ordering room service and not talking to another soul tonight. I like my quiet time. Doesn't mean I don't like people because I love people. I grew up middle class. I'm probably middle to upper class now, and I have a lot of guilt around that. Doing social service work and actually making a decent income at it. So I have some shame with that. Any other identity? I'm straight. And I'm actually Buddhist as well as being Christian, which many people find unusual. So that's me. So that's how this works. You share what you want to share. We get to know each other a little bit. But a huge part of this is about vulnerability. Vulnerability is the emotion we feel when we are uncertain, emotionally exposed, right, or at risk. I don't know a time in my life, in history, I feel more uncertain, more exposed, and more at risk than now. So I'm asking you to get a little uncomfortable. If I get you a little uncomfortable at your table, I'm doing my job. If you're not getting uncomfortable, I can make you more uncomfortable, right? But I'm going to invite you to be uncomfortable first. So we're going to give you some time to do that. Again, 2 minutes a person. Go ahead. And I don't know if this is possible to play a little music in the background, but we could do that if that's possible. If not, we will embrace the silence. Go. Go ahead and think about shifting to the next person if you have not yet. Go ahead. If you have more than 2 people at your table, think about shifting again. Yeah. It's Apple. No, it's not going to work. It's Apple. Okay. And again, if you have 4 folks at your table, have that person, the 3rd person, finish up and try to shift to the 4th person. And go ahead and start thinking about that last person starting to have time to finish up, or if you're in a good conversation, taking 60 more seconds to finish that conversation out. All right. Take that last 10 seconds to get to finish knowing the person with you. Okay, I'll get you to start to wind down those last few words. All right, here we go. Did you learn something about someone at your table? Yeah? Yeah? Did it feel a little uncomfortable? Everybody's going to say yes, because they're like, don't get us any more uncomfortable. But a little bit, we're going to slide into it. Yeah. Because who we are is how we lead. We got to bring all of us. It's not just a skill we use. We bring all of us. We bring all of us. Okay. Can you go to the next slide? We have got a little survey we want y'all to do. It should be pretty quick. We're going to see if this technology works. A big Q scan should come up, and we should be able to pull it out. And so if y'all can do that, if it doesn't work, we're going to figure it out. But it should just be 4 questions we want you to take, and we'll have you do it again at the end. So if you don't know how to get a Q scan, ask a neighbor. I'm going to give folks a couple seconds to finish that. Or minutes, about 1 or 2 minutes to finish that. And you may have to come up closer, so your camera recognizes it. It is definitely okay to move. Or have a friend help. Yes. My 15-year-old does all this stuff for me. All right. So let me ask, did it work for anybody? Yes, a couple people it worked for. Okay, all right. So decide how close you got to get. And be loving to Android users and iPhone users. No smack talk about that. Beautiful. Okay. All right. I'll give you another minute to finish that. And if it doesn't work, take a deep breath because it's okay. Remember, it happens. So it's all good. It happens. And if we can go ahead, Ken, and go back to slide 4. Okay. Oh, we changed it on you. Okay. Can you go back to slide, the one before, Ken? We have one more person trying to grab the Q scan. No, I'm sorry, not that one. The one towards the end that was the survey, the Q scan. Yep, there you go. Perfect. Thank you so much. There you go. No worries. And if it doesn't work, it is okay. We will figure it out. Okay, it's not working for you. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. It's all right. We'll figure it out by the end. Maybe we can get it printed out or something. All right, now we can go back in. We'll go back to slide 4. So here's the thing that's really important, is we're going to talk about hard things. And maybe you came here for yourself. Maybe you came here for someone else that you know has been exposed to trauma. But this is not an us-them conversation. This is an all-of-us conversation. There is no way for me to talk about trauma and not connect someone in this room who's had an experience of trauma or someone you know and love. So the estimates are about 223 million adults in the United States have experienced trauma prior to the age of 18. That's 2 out of 3 adults in the United States. Which means that at your table of 3, one of you has likely experienced a trauma, if not more. Often people who come to these kind of things, the reason we got into this work or are interested in this topic is we've had a lot more than one trauma. Okay? So I want you to think right now, who's your accountability partner? Who's the person you'll call after 5 to say, hey, I listened to this and I really need to talk to someone? Identify that person now. They could be in this room. They might not be in this room. If you need to walk out, you're still in the training. If you need to take a walk, get some water, step out. If you need to grab someone in the training and say, can I talk to you for a minute because something's coming up for me, that is okay. You are still in the training because you're doing trauma work. But I want to help people be aware of that. Next slide. So that says Brene Brown. That's my fault for putting the slide up there. So Dr. Brene Brown comes out of Houston, Texas, and she has been studying shame and wholeheartedness for a long time. And she wrote something called the Belonging Statement. You actually have it in your handouts. I won't read through all of that. But what I'll have you pay attention to is it really was, and it came after the murder of George Floyd, and she brought together people to say, where are we with this? How do we help people to feel like they belong? And the parts I'll highlight here, which are very important, all of it's actually important, number three, we believe that doing nothing to address inequality is actually supporting inequality. So nothing is not okay. There are oppressive systems in place, and our words and actions either support those existing systems or they dismantle them. A lot of my work is about dismantling whiteness. Another piece is, thank you. Oh, somebody else is clapping about a hug. I thought that was for me. All right, number 7. In reference to the above, we also believe that everyone deserves brave and safe spaces to be vulnerable. Therefore, we work to both create brave, safe spaces for individuals, and we work to promote social justice. So there are things I'm sure that some people are like, yeah, I can't talk about that here. I don't care how safe you think this is. And that's okay. But I want to say that if you see social injustice here, then you may speak that. In fact, we're asking you to, because that creates trauma. Next slide. And so what I'm asking you to do is there's this space that we're in when we're in comfort. I'm comfortable. I feel good about this, Allison. Yeah, this is stuff I know. I want you to leave your comfort zone, okay? Because that's the learning space. I want you to leave that comfort zone, and I want you to stretch yourself to the edge. I don't want you to shut down. I would say I don't want you to be overwhelmed, but you know what? I'm going to talk about trauma, and it is overwhelming. So when we talk about injustice, the dehumanization of people, I want it to get you a little upset because I don't think SAD covers it. But I want you to kind of stretch, but know when you need to take care of yourself. Does that make sense to folks? Yes, I had one person with me. Okay, yes, it makes sense. Yes, okay, all right. Next slide. Okay, and this means we're going to create a container. And I was going to do this as an activity in small groups, but I think for time, some things I want to get to, I just want to kind of name this. And the safe space is your tables, and it's a place where you feel like you belong and you can feel like you can have the real conversation. And it comes from you. It's staying present. Right? It is being vulnerable with boundaries. Not everybody deserves to hear your story. Right? And so it's about, next slide, asking yourself these questions. Well, what is vulnerability? I talked about that. PowerPoint's linear and I'm not, so I try to work with that. But vulnerability is emotional risk, exposure, uncertainty. And the only way not to do vulnerability is to not experience emotion. And the only way not to experience emotion is to be a psychopath. So you can claim emotion or claim psychopathy. It's totally up to you. All right? But if you have the capacity for emotion, then you have the capacity to be vulnerable. Okay? And vulnerability is uncomfortable. And when we actually shove down the painful feelings, guess what we block? We block joy. We block love. We block belonging. We feel all of them or none of them. Okay? So next slide. Because vulnerability is the birthplace of accountability, love, belonging, courage, empathy, authenticity. This is where it comes from, right? So we need to be in this emotion. Next slide. And so Brene talks a lot about this thing called the arena, okay? It's a metaphor. It actually comes from Roosevelt, who talks about it's not the critic who counts, I'm paraphrasing. It's not the person that laughs while the strong person stumbles. The arena is about the person who actually is in the arena, who is in struggle, who says, I'm here. I am ready to be uncomfortable. I am ready to have the hard conversation. I am here. And guess who doesn't count? The person that likes to sit up in the peanut gallery and go, yeah, we tried that before. Yeah, that's not going to go well. Yeah, we did that about 10 years ago. Because they're not in the arena. Don't say their names because I know you know who they are. Okay? They're not in the arena. The only people that count are the people in the struggle that says, we want to talk about this. Changemakers is about being in the arena. And here's the awesome promise of the arena. If you choose to be in the arena in the hard conversations, it's not if you fall, it's when you fall. Yay! We're all gonna fail a lot. Everybody excited? We're gonna make a lot of mistakes. We're gonna be really uncomfortable, and we're gonna go, oh, I don't wanna do that till I say it right. So you're gonna say it wrong. We can just get that out of the way now. Okay? It is saying, even though I'm afraid, even though I'm uncomfortable talking about my whiteness, I'm gonna do it anyway. Because part of privilege is that I get to go, you know what, I'm uncomfortable talking about my whiteness, so I just won't. The reason I get to do that is because I have privilege. Because other people don't get to say, I don't really want to be a person of color today, let's not talk about that. Right? So we have to look at privilege, and that's across all kinds of identities, okay? So it's a choice, and the two most important seats, because when you come through, there's this thing called the armory. Now, the armory is where we put on weapons because we're going in to kick butt. And I am hoping nobody brought physical weapons today, but we always have words as our weapons. Okay, that's our weapons. That's how we arm up, is with our words, ways we disconnect from other people, that we polarize others. And so we want to walk in just us, saying, I'm ready to have this conversation. And the two most important things will be self-compassion, loving yourself. Loving yourself, the same as you would love a dear friend or a child. And also having empathy for other people. So those are the two spaces to hold. Next slide. So I just want you to reflect. I'm not gonna have to do this as an extra. I just want you to reflect on these questions. What do you want from today? What does success look like for you today? What's gonna make you not show up? Your pride, your ego, your discomfort? Okay. What does support look like? How can you ask us for that support? Because this is about you showing up. I'm gonna hold. I'm a clinician, so I can hold for silence for long times, but I'm only gonna hold it for about 30 seconds so we can reflect. And we do that thing where we're just nodding. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right? Okay, next slide. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna ground in. So ground in is this skill. So what I want you to do is I want you to just notice every surface your body is touching. If you're standing or sitting, notice the seat, notice the feel of the ground. Just pay attention to that. You can do this eyes open or eyes closed. It's about your safety. If you do eyes open, just pick something to look at. We call it a soft gaze. And then I'm gonna ask you to breathe. But here's where this gets complicated. We're coming out of a respiratory pandemic that we are still in. Breath is scary. Not even breath feels safe. And with the murder of George Floyd, the last words were, I can't breathe. So even breath can feel unsafe. So not only do I want you to breathe, but if focusing on your breath brings that up, then do what it takes for you to just settle into your body. And this is the attention. I am going to be present here, and whatever I'm meant to learn, I will. And we're just going to take 30 seconds. Go. Come back out. That could be wiggling toes, fingers, coming back to the present moment. Ken, I'll ask you if you can go to slide 17 for me. Slide 17. So the right hemisphere of the brain actually brings up, well, let me do it this way. Left side of the brain has something called Broca's area, okay? And the left side of the brain is logical. This comes first, this comes second, this comes third. It's also the place that verbal language exists, which is inside of Broca's area. And one of the things is that when you are in a trauma, when you are having a hard time, one of the things that we know is if it's happening now or you're reflecting on it, is your ability to actually speak, to share those feelings biologically shuts down. right? So this is a physical injury. It's just not just some mental health stuff. Mental health is physical health, okay? So when that happens, then the other part of our brain, the right part of the brain, this is where music and art and dance live. And that's why trauma actually hits that side of our brain first. It's in our body. This is why certain seasons, certain days, certain colors of carpet, certain sounds immediately transport us, because that is how the body records it. It is easier for us to talk about this in words because it lets us disconnect. So I'm about to walk you through pictures. And my ask is for you just to notice what comes up for you in your body, in your heart, as I walk you through what life may have looked like for you or someone you know in the last 18 months. So maybe life prior to March 2020. Thank you, Ken. So the first thing I go, oh, that's good. Oh my gosh, they don't have on masks, they're touching. The moment I realized that my phone, when it went backwards, I was like, why am I not wearing a mask? And the fact that now, in December of 2021, a year ago I was. Next slide. Sitting close together and talking and communing, their knees are touching. They're in the same space. Being together, learning, laughing, no masks, they're close. Again, together in education, not virtual, not in remote work, together. And then we entered what Time called the age of anxiety, which they said was 2020 because it was going to end in 2020. Next slide. And we began facing challenges like this. My brain getting around the world is temporarily closed. What does that mean? Does that mean I can't go to a fast food restaurant? I can't go to work? That my kids are going to miss 2 weeks of school, which is a story I told myself on March 13th, 2020. What does that mean that things are closed? And then all of these pieces, panicking, finance. What is this thing called the coronavirus? Am I losing my job? How am I going to work with my kids at home? Remote education. I've never wanted to hug so many principals in my whole life. Please take them back, please. Right? And in the best times, it looked like this. I call this, and it shows my age, Hollywood squares. That's how I know people now. I've lost everything from the neck below, right? But a lot of times, it looks more like this because people don't even turn on their cameras. Right? So then I don't see you. 90% of communication is nonverbal. 60% is body language. 30% is tone of voice. So we only get 10% with words anyway. And then we go, no, turn on your camera. And then the child says, but I don't want you to see where I live. And I don't want you to know my parents are screaming. And I don't want you to know that I'm really not in class because my younger brother has autism and I have to help him because mom and dad are at work. I don't want you to know that part of my life. And before today, I didn't have to share it. Being moved outside. Again, being masked up when we were back inside. The dots. I had to learn, my husband is a nurse. I'm like, what is it about 6 feet? Why is that magical? Because your spit isn't supposed to go past 3 feet. But what if I'm really good at spitting or really not? Do the dots really protect me? Right? I can't be close to you. I wanted to hug multiple people today, and I was scared. Scared that, I'm not supposed to hug you, or are we allowed to do this? It took me months to stop shaking hands. I was like, and then I went to elbows, and then I went to, right? Teachers having to learn how to teach through phones in their houses while they're watching their own children. 2/3 of teachers had children they were trying to support while still trying to educate our youth. So the new, I was like, when I went back to work, I was like, I got to find pants. Because you've just seen the top of me. So the funny part of it, but also we had to take pieces of our home and turn them into their work life. There was no more work-life separation. Everything was happening at home, and it was overwhelming, right? But we're all going, all good. Yep, I'm here, I'm present, with the dog barking, and my husband in the other room, and my 3 kids screaming, Google Meet doesn't work today, right? But I'm here, I'm present. And then there's the essential worker who says, well, all of y'all are doing remote work on this screen. I'm still out here in places you won't even go. Something I couldn't even find a picture for. What is that like? And maybe your best days at work and school look like this, right? There was connection. People found ways to go back to school, or people's kids actually did parallel play while they worked on their computer. Teenagers sat in joy and worked next to us. But that was not my experience. So my life looked a lot more like this of my children, where school was, and I say my children because I lost my business in training and went back to doing mental health full time. And my kids were like, but school is my only safe place and I am lost. It is the only place I get food. My life looked like this, where people were screaming and dogs were barking, and I was trying to show up as a professional. This is my favorite because in the back it says dream, because that's living the dream, right? While people are screaming and talking, right? I now know how to check everybody with a thermometer and give a rapid COVID test. That was not my plan. Today when I was in Starbucks here, if we can pause there for a second, I had to sneeze, and I was terrified to sneeze in the Starbucks. And I was just like, and I'm trying to hold it because I'm like, oh my gosh, because it's scary, right? So yes. Next slide. But COVID wasn't the only thing that impacted us. And we keep talking about the pandemic because it's the more comfortable thing to talk about. Because in May of 2020 was the murder of George Floyd, and I'm looking at a different slide. So we started actually having total isolation where we were bringing food to people, right? We had addiction go up significantly because people had to numb their emotions and not feel them. We had suicide attempts go up astronomically, and not only suicide attempts, suicide completions, people dying by suicide. All of the difficulties that COVID brought forward, we had to come up with new diagnoses for this, which I think is coming up next. Post-COVID mental health disorder, languishing, right? That ability of you feel like you're moving through quicksand, and things that used to be easy to do are so hard now. They're so difficult. And then we had social unrest because people were frozen in a pandemic, and suddenly they had to watch things that before many people had been able to ignore or say, well, that doesn't happen here, right? Because racism is a pandemic, and it has been for 300 years in this country, who created colonization and wrote into law that certain humans were worth less than other humans, so that certain humans could economically prosper over other human beings. And we had to watch someone scream that they couldn't breathe and die in front of our eyes. And know, for some people, oh my gosh, I didn't know that happened. For others, are you kidding me? It happens every day. That's why I'm scared to send my sons and daughters out, because they might not come back home. And so we saw unity, but we also saw violence. And then people judged and said, well, see, this is why we don't talk about this stuff, because people get violent. No, people get violent because we're not talking about this stuff. When someone feels like the only way they can be heard is to destroy, we got to talk about that. And then we bring in the all lives matter, Black lives matter. What is civil disobedience? What is criminality? And we become polarized. You're either on my side or you're not. You're either with me or against me. I did a lot of work with police and mental health before this. And I had my own daughters come to me and say, you have to stop. You cannot work with police officer again. And I felt helpless. Is that what it means? That I don't talk or work with police, that we defund police? Is that where we are? Well, the system's so broken, maybe that is where we are, but wait we also need safety. So how do we figure this out? How do we have the real conversation, right? And it feels heavy. It feels very, very heavy. And I feel like this a lot of days. What am I supposed to do about this? I'm just trying to make it. I don't have the energy to talk. But in the midst of all of that, you showed up. And you're like, you don't know me, Allison. I didn't show up. Yes, you did, because you're here. The best you knew how, you showed up. It's not perfect, because we're not perfect, but you showed up. And so this is a genuine, I want to pause on this slide. This is a genuine thank you. A lot of people are like, yeah, thank you. No, thank you. You could be doing a lot of other things right now. You chose to show up here. You showed up in a pandemic. You showed up in a time of watching incredible violence and front row seat to incredible dehumanization of people. And people denying it even exists and banning language to even talk about it, because we're not going to talk about this. We'll just ban it. And you showed up. So that's a real thank you. Next slide. So we're going to pause here. I want you to just take a moment to breathe in. And I want you to notice the emotions that came up for you. What came up for you watching that? And then I'm going to put on my mask, because I just want a couple people to walk around. If you're willing to share, what came up for you? Just looking for 2 or 3 people. What came up for you? Yes. All right. I'm going to hold it right here.
Anxiety.
Yeah. And where did you feel it, if I can ask? Yeah. It's heavy. This is physical. It's real. It's not a pull up your big girl, pull up your big boy pants. You know, one of the greatest outcomes of the pandemic is a lot of people before the pandemic did not believe in anxiety. Almost 100% say they believe in anxiety now. And a couple of my clients were like, oh, I'm good. I've been dealing with anxiety since birth. I know how to do this. Whereas others thought, oh my gosh, this is real. It's always been real. Somebody else? Yes.
You feel like you was grudging through quicksand. Wow, I was like reality check. I'm like, I had to write it down.
Write it down, yes. That's what you're feeling. So now what we're calling it, and me as a mental health professional, I'm trying to keep up because we're coming up with all these new terms, right? It's called languishing, and languishing is a form of depression, and it means everything is so much slower. And we're just like, oh. And I'm like, why? I've been getting up and brushing my teeth and getting dressed like my whole life. Why is it this hard to get up and brush my teeth and get my kids off to school? Why am I angry that people are driving on the road? Y'all weren't here in COVID. What are you doing here? I'm trying to get to work. But I'm angry. It's a real thing. And now we call it post-COVID fatigue. We're exhausted because there's something called catabolic stress. This is destructive stress. Think about it like when you get to eat a lot of carbs because you're about to sprint. The body breaks down those sugars fast because we got to sprint. Well, the body can sprint with stress for about 2 to 3 months. And then it's like, oh, no, this ain't working for me. So what happened was in June of 2020 is when we saw people crashing. And people were like, why? Because people could not sustain that level of stress anymore. And they had to pull on a different reserve that many of us didn't have. 1 or 2 more. Yes.
I've always thought of myself as kind of a rose-colored glasses, glass half full kind of person. And when I started feeling the challenges of everything snowballing, that was really foreign because it was hard to have rose-colored glasses. It was hard to think about hope. But I've always been a very hopeful, positive person. So it's hard.
And I so appreciate that. And I'm not going to call you out, but I can see the emotion when you're talking. Yeah, and I can see that. And I appreciate that. Because what so many of us do is we have been having to move so fast in the last 18 months that as parents, as workers, I don't have time to feel that. Nope, I gotta get this done. Here's the thing, trauma is nothing more than grief and loss. And if you choose not to feel your grief, oh, it's gonna catch up with you. But we live in a Western culture that, in my opinion, says, no, we don't talk about that here. Take 3 days. I know your husband died, but you can have 3 days off. Because you can totally process your grief for losing your child or your husband in 3 to 4 days. Have you ever noticed other countries take a year, 18 months? So I want to say thank you for pulling up those tears, because we need to cry. We need to grieve. Because if we don't, we can't move on. And a lot of people are like, no, Allison, I don't want you to take me back there. I don't want you to take me back to all that stuff. I don't want to feel that, Allison. And I'm saying, to save your life, I need you to feel that. I need you to grieve. And I need you to be angry, because this is not okay. Right? This is not okay. I'm going to do 2 more, and then I want to pass to my dear colleague, Denise.
I felt frozen in time. I felt like I still, to this day, still feel like I'm in March of 2020. And after that, it hasn't really been the same. I mean, things have, progressively gotten better, and we try, but I still feel some days where I'm stuck. I'm back at March, looking at the news, feeling what's going to happen to the world.
Wow. Thank you for saying that out loud. I'm gonna close my part with this. I'm working with a Southside Chicago group in schools where we're trying to build a resilient-oriented high school. And we're doing a lot of work. And shockingly, kids are having a hard time coming back to school. Who knew? And the power, and one of my defenses is humor, but one of the things that was powerful is there was this teacher, a 10th grade teacher, who's just like, they're not on grade level. They're not on grade level. I'm trying to be supportive, but they're not there. And this child who, March of 2020, was in 8th grade, we've been teaching them new techniques of talking to students and bringing mentors in to teach this. And they sat down, and the 8th grader teared up and said, so last time I was school, I was in 8th grade. I'm still in 8th grade up here. I can't do what you're asking me to do. And the teacher started to cry, because she's like, I think I'm still in March of 2022. But we have a board of education with their own pressures and own fears of, they got to pass that standard of learning test. And that's the hard part, is we're choosing not to hold space to grieve. But we're not there. We're not there. Okay. So I am going to pass to Denise, all right, because we're going to get into definitions of trauma, but I'm going to pass here. You can take us to slide 87. 87, Kim.
All right. Are we there?
I can pull
Is it there?
Nope, it's not there yet. Are you able to get to 87? Oh, they probably can't hear me. 87. Oh.
87?
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect.
I'm talking with no mic.
No worries.
Okay. There we go. Beautiful.
All right. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about, go deeper into trauma and race-based trauma. So we wanted to start off with just providing you with a definition of what race-based trauma is. So race-based trauma is a traumatic, or a race-based traumatic stress, as some like to call it, is mental and emotional injury caused by encounters with racial bias and ethnic discrimination, racism, and hate crimes. And again, we've talked about George Floyd, but we know that there are other instances throughout our history where we can think about experiences of these things. Next slide, please. Excellent. Okay, one moment. My computer is, yeah. There we go. All right, so trauma is not something that is always acute. or in the moment. It is generational. And as we know, the commissioner spoke about that in his message when we first started. So when we talk about race-based trauma, it can affect any individual that has experienced an emotionally painful, sudden, or uncontrollable racist encounter, and will be at risk from suffering from race-based traumatic stress or a race-based traumatic stress injury. So once we go through a couple of these slides, I am going to be saying a couple of things, but I want to also level set with you all and provide different definitions for you. So you're going to hear, as you can see on the screen, BIPOC. That stands for Black, Indigenous People of Color, okay? So because that is long and drawn out, you're going to continue to hear us throughout this presentation talk about BIPOC. So for BIPOC people, we are one of the most vulnerable communities, living under something that we call white supremacy. Again, I know when you think of white supremacy, some people feel something in their stomach. So again, I want to provide level set definitions so that when we hear these definitions and we hear these terms throughout this presentation, that you will understand exactly what we're talking about in this moment. So when I say white supremacy, I am talking about the belief, the theory, or the doctrine that white people are inherently superior people from all other racial and ethnic groups, especially Black people, and that therefore they're rightfully the dominant group in any society, so that you understand exactly what we're talking about. So most of the BIPOC population have endured race-based trauma at some point of their lives from different accumulated experiences or generational cycles or everyday societal issues such as implicit bias. So here we go. Here's another definition here. We have implicit bias or unconscious bias. What this is their attitudes towards people or associate stereotypes that come along with that, where it's created out of a conscious knowledge, So implicit, the meaning of that is that it's unaware. So you're not really aware or conscious that you're having these type of thoughts about someone or something. And it also is mistaken about the nature of one's thoughts and decisions. Let me scroll up here. So then that brings us to stigmatization. So the stigmatization of receiving help for trauma and mental health. We're going to talk about that a little bit more too. So this behavior comes from mistrust from our medical system from time to time. And, understandably so. Again, from a community and generationally, we know that we have had some serious missteps, especially in the Black or the BIPOC community, as it relates to trusting people in authority within the medical system. So we've had instances of negative treatments. We've had mistrust of medical authorities. And so, people in authority have not always had the best interest in Black or African American people in mind when it comes to mental health and medical perspectives. So as we can see that this mistrust goes beyond our judicial systems, it also taps into our mental health. It also taps into our medical system. So we're going to talk about that a little bit more as well. Okay. All right. So now we're going to talk about what does trauma mean for the BIPOC community. And I'm sorry about that. Next slide. I do. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, we do. Okay, so we're going to just tap into Dr. DeGruy. Now, I want you to know, oh, gosh, we are not. Okay, great. Excellent. We love technology, don't we? All right, so we're going to talk about Dr. DeGruy. And Dr. DeGruy is the creator of talking about and creating about post-traumatic slave syndrome. So I'm going to read to you a little bit of what this is. Not going to read that particular slide, but you will see And in fact, what I want you to do is just take a moment just to kind of look at those different points. So talking about what PTSS is, and talking about the specific condition, and how slavery, again, think about what I'm telling you about generationally, how slavery has affected us, not just in the BIPOC community, but those who are outside of the BIPOC community, but how it has created this type of syndrome and affected us as it relates to trauma and mental health. And so just as you're reading this, I want you all to know that, Dr. DeGruy spent a total of about 12 years of building quantitative and qualitative research that developed her theory of post-traumatic slave syndrome, okay? And then so she published a book, and also if you haven't had her book, I encourage you to go out and read that. It is called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, America's Legacy of Enduring Injury and Healing. So that's what we're talking about today. And in her book, it addresses those impacts of generational slavery. And that opens up the discussion, like the discussion that we're having today, about how Black communities can use those strengths and to, that they've gained from the past to help propel them during the present time. Next slide, please. All right. Okay. So now we're going to talk about this acronym here, which is MAP, M-A-P. So M, the multi-generational trauma, together with a continued oppression, the absence, or the A, the absence of opportunity to heal the access of benefits available in the society, leads to P, the post-traumatic slave syndrome. So under these circumstances, there are some predictable patterns of behavior that tend to occur. So we're going to talk about those different patterns of PTSS and see if you've ever, if you can identify them with yourself, or that you've recognized people that have this, that have shown these type of behavioral patterns. So first you have the vacant esteem. That's insufficient development of what Dr. DeGruy refers to as a primary esteem, along with the feelings of hopelessness, depression, general self-destructive outlook, okay? Then you have marked propensity for anger and violence. That's extreme feelings of suspicion, perceived negative motivations of others, right? So there's a violence against self, property, and others, including the members of one's own group, friends, relatives, or acquaintances. You have racist socialization, or internalized racism. That's a learned helplessness, literacy deprivation, distorted self-concepts. And then also you have an aversion for the following: the members of one's own identified cultural or ethnic group, the mores and the customs associated one's own identified cultural or ethnic heritage, the physical characteristics of one's own identity or ethnic cultural group. So the book for the post-slave syndrome incorporates her research, okay, in both America and Africa, as well as her 20 years of experience as a social work practitioner and also a consultant to the public and private organizations. And let me say, I got to love this here. And actually, there we go, we finished that. So we'll go to the next slide. Excellent. Oh, no. Ah, there we go. Excellent. Wonderful. Let me bring it back. So we're going to switch gears a little bit, and we're going to talk about the 4 layers of diversity. So when I say the word diversity, I want you to think to yourself, what comes to mind when you think about diversity? And like Dr. Allison stated, I like for people to talk back to me too. So you know what? You can yell out. When you think about diversity, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Somebody give me something. Race. That's good. Yep. Anything else? I'm sorry? Religion. Excellent. One more idea, one more thought. Community. Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you. And you know what? You're right. But it also goes deeper than that. And we're going to look into your 4 layers of diversity and really tap into getting you to thinking about diversity and inclusivity a little different, okay? So, this diversity wheel is an overview of dimensions of diversity that are present in one's workplace and their communities and their environment. So the four layers of diversity show the complexity of diversity, the filters on which we process all of our information. And I'll tap into that in just a moment. So this actually leads to our assumptions. It drives our behaviors. And ultimately, it impacts not only ourselves, but it impacts others. So it consists of 4 layers, which the 4 layers of diversity being personality, your internal, your external, and your organizational dimensions. So this also is going to be the model in which we explore those differences, but we also talk about the similarities and the multiple perspectives and get a hold of our own assumptions and our own behavioral patterns. Remember when we talked about before the implicit bias and the implicit bias. So then we provided that definition there. So you're gonna tap into this because this is all related. Next slide, please. Actually, let's go to, if you can take me to slide 90, what is this, 95. There we go. All right, so this is the first dimension, the first layer. This is your personality. This includes an individual's likes and their dislikes, their values, what they actually believe in. And the personality is shaped early on in life. And this is influenced by the other 3 layers, which we'll talk about in just a moment, which actually will impact your lifetime and your career choices. So when you're looking at this particular one, you need to think about this being you. This is you personally. And this is you being personal and upfront, right? So not only should you think about yourself, but you should also think about help seekers and people along in your environment. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so next we have our internal dimensions. That is our second layer. So this includes the aspects of diversity over which we have no control over. Though physical ability can, change over time due to the choices that we make, or, whether we're active or not, or whether you have some type of illness or injury. But this dimension is the layer in which many divisions between and among people exist and informs of many core diversity efforts. And what that means is this dimension also includes the first thing that we see in people, such as the race that we mentioned, such as gender, such as hair color and things of that nature, which causes us to make assumptions based on the judgments on what we see. Next slide, please. All right, so in our third layer, which is the external dimension. Now, this depicts the outcome of our life experiences and the decisions and the choices that we make. Altogether, there are 10 different areas. So if you look on here, you start to see what that is, and it's a breakdown of education, your work experience, your income, your marital status, things of that nature. And so when you take these different variables, and so you can either appreciate them and you can appreciate that in others, or you can actually see that they can be degrading depending on your thought process. They can either connect you or they can disconnect you, again, depending on your thought process. And so we just want to make sure that you identify what the external dimensions are. So these also include aspects of your life that will change over time, right? So they may be the basis on the decisions for how you make your career change or how you choose your career to begin with, or your work or your lifestyle. They may also determine, in part, who you develop friendships and relationships with and what you do for work. And this also tells us about whom we like to be around and who we feel like gets us and we get them. All right, so then we have our fourth layer, which is our organizational dimension. Now that includes elements that are integrated into the work and the social interaction of an organizational place or work or within your communities. Now they contain a different number of hierarchical as well as functional aspects of working life and how a person relates to that working life and in the context of their diversity. Now, this also is the concept of culture and found in your work setting and in your community settings, right? So this focuses on, it brings together the internal dimensions, the issues of preferential treatment, the opportunities for development, or the promotion or the impact of the aspects of this particular layer. I'm sorry? Yeah, we will pause for a moment. Oh, it's time for lunch? Oh, yes, please. We're going to pause for a moment because you have to eat. All right. So, thank you. I don't know if there are any instructions we need to give for folks. There you go. No worries.
Is there any instructions I need to give Virginia or somebody from Potter's House of where the food's located? So it looks like there's food in the back this way. It's over this way. So there's several locations to pick up. Okay, so we're going to get directed. So I think if we go back here, we're going to try to be back a little bit before 3, if we can. So, and then we'll continue with the presentation. Thank y'all.
When I said that, I thought about Jason. You would thought they would have put in there. I just want the chips, not on these sandwiches. But they would have included that as an option. And I like it because I like sandwiches. I was going to eat the chips.
That didn't work out, but that's okay. I made it. I used to max for full time. So.
well, that's more than you need to know. If you will go back to this while you're eating, there's 3 or 4 demographic questions that we're trying to collect. We're trying to find out how old you are and what your zip code is and what kind of work you do, just so we have an idea of who's here. If you don't mind going and just answering, if the other questions come up, you know, the workshop questions, don't answer those. Just answer them about the demographics. Thank you.
So this is just a 5-minute heads up. We're going to try to start back in the next 5 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna give the 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. Don't feel like you have to stop eating or drinking. Just make it your way to your table. And Ken, when you're ready, I'm gonna have you pull up slide 94, please. 94. So for all of y'all to know, Denise did a beautiful job and created a deck of 20 things, and then I brought in 160 slides and messed it all up. She's like, don't we only have 4 hours? So, but that's me because I'm very present in the moment, and so I'm not sure what slide I want. So I want them all there. And I'm having control issue withdrawal because the control's back there, and Ken is being like my other hand amazingly. And trying to follow my brain is a difficult task. So I'm very grateful for the staff here at Potter's House. Very, very grateful. All right. We're going to jump back into this because Denise led us through a lot of information, which is powerful. And I know you've got these slides in your handout. And so just to briefly review, what's powerful about this is it's who I am, the person. That's what I had y'all do at the beginning of this. Who are you? And then connect to that second piece. And parts of your identity are connected to race, age, gender. And guess what? You also bring your educational experiences, where you're from, your income. And you also bring all these macro pieces of where you work, your seniority, where your work location is. We bring all of that with us. But a lot of times, I find that we hold up this mask. So today I am mom, and today I am a presenter, and today I am a person with a mental illness. But that's not quite how it works, because I am all of that. I am all of the dark, and I am all of the light. I had a coach. I've hired a lot of coaches in my life. I had a coach. I was working on growing myself as a speaker and I've multiple times tried to figure out what I want to be when I grow up. I'm still not there. But I was going through that, and I remember she had me get some archetype cards. And she said, pick an archetype of really to think about your dark and lightness. So I picked Joan of Arc. I was like, Joan of Arc. So just know I work a lot in jail and prisons, and the fact that I have spoken for 2.5 hours without a cuss word is monumental for me. And I'm very aware I'm in a church and a house. Thank you for cheering me on. So I am, thank you. I'm in recovery from cursing. So, but I know where I am. So again, when she brought me, so I was about to say, I'll say bad butt. That's what I was going to say. I think Joan of Arc is bad butt. And so she was like, okay, tell me the part you love about Joan of Arc, Allison. I said, man, she stands for what she believes. She is up there. She believes in her cause. And she's like, okay, what's the negative? There is no downside to Joan of Arc. She's like, you mean other than she burned at the stake? Right? I was like, oh, I don't look at that part. So that's my dark side, right? Is the part I don't want to look at those pieces of what it costs me in my body to be a wounded healer, right? That I want to tell y'all about self-compassion all day long, but in therapy, and I have to have a special therapist, it's the therapists who work for therapists, because first of all, I'm snobby, and I need to know if I think you're worth it. And then second of all, if you start tapping into some stuff about my childhood, I'm going to try to misdirect with my intelligence. So you got to be able to call me on my stuff. And so all of this is about how do we bring ourselves into this. So see, I'm Superwoman. See, y'all need to do your grief work and practice self-compassion, but that doesn't apply to me, right? And I would guess I have partners in that here. But this is our work. And if we want to stay here, we got to take care of us. We got to take care of us, or we have nothing to give. And we don't have enough of us right now, folks. So we got to take care of us. So this wheel is what she brought up, and we're going to ask you to do kind of like a 7-minute, 8-minute activity at your tables. And so I'm going to have you go to slide 101 for me, Ken. And you've got this in your handout. And so what I want you to do, it's a little bit of an extension of your cultural introduction. I want you to share, and you can kind of go through sharing 1, sharing 2, sharing 3, sharing 4, see how far you get. So identities you think about most often. So for me, 2 identities I think of most often is being white and being a woman. I think about being white all the time because when I walk in the store with my daughters, they're followed, not me. And when I walk up, people say, oh, you're good, because my daughters are black. And they're like, no, they're not, they're mixed. So my daughters identify with being black because for them, the world treats them black. It does not treat them as a mixed person. And that's theirs to name, it's not mine. So I'm very aware when I was not as a youth of my whiteness and what it gives me that I don't even recognize every day and every moment, right? I know I'm a woman because oftentimes when I am sat with other PhDs, I am the only woman at the table, and all of their name tags will say doctor, and mine will say Allison. And that's okay because I am Allison, but why is it that the woman at the table is not called doctor? And my daughters say to me, Mom, you need to own being a doctor. I'm like, why? I'm just another person. And they're like, because you know how many of us women are trying to get there? We need to see women who are doctors. My favorite picture with Barack Obama is the little boy who was touching his head. The first time seeing a president who looked like him. Makes me cry every time. We need to see people that look like us doing the things we want to do and be, right? To own that. So, identities you think about least often, your own identities you would like to learn more about, identities that have the strongest effect on how you see yourself as a person. So you see, it can be very quick, but it's deep work, okay? So I'm gonna give you about 7 minutes to do this. I've got 3:06 on the clock, so we'll take till about 3:13. Go. And again, if we want to do soft music, that works.
Good afternoon. I am Roy Charles Brooks.
I said I'm writing down my phone.
So go ahead and take a final minute to see where you are in that conversation. Finish that up. Okay, I'm gonna bring us back together. That was a quick minute. I have fast minutes. I have issues with time. Okay, so I'm gonna ask for maybe one or two folks to be willing to share, not necessarily what you said or what you heard others say in that, but what was it like to think about parts of your identity and listen to who others are? The experience of it. Yay!
Okay, the one that struck out most to me,
Right up in your face, but
I can't see. Where is it? Quite sure, like my national origin.
Okay, so national origin really showed up is wanting to learn more.
Yeah, but I looked at it more so how people view me as an
Oh, so say that's beautiful. I'm gonna let you hold it.
what I'm saying.
You got this, Mike. You got this.
No, I picked national origin, not so much as me as a woman or me identifying as an African American. I have several things running through my veins, but as I travel more so outside the United States, of how people view me as an American, because my experiences traveling outside the States is that people really don't point at me and say, oh, that's an Afro-American woman. They look at me as an American. So I am more aware of how people outside the States view me.
That is, my throat got tight. So what just showed up for me is one of the ways Dr. Heather Hackman is publishing her book this year, which is a response to Dr. DeGroove's book, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. It's called Post-Master Slave Syndrome. And what it talks about is the only way as a white person for me to be able to tolerate the complete dehumanization of people in the BIPOC community is I have to disconnect my head from my heart. I can't feel the emotion of that. I can't see. And I'm taught that before ever I take my first breath. And everything I learn is to see you as different and less human. And that makes me sick to say that right now. I'm like so uncomfortable right now. And so what happens is you disconnect your head from your heart. So one of the things when we do mind, body, spirit work in understanding whiteness for people that identify as being white is we notice where in our body we feel something when someone speaks. And I feel it in my throat because my body is saying, you can't talk about this. And what showed up for me, so what I do instead is to say, no, I will speak what I'm feeling, is, I can't find the right word, the devastation that people outside of the country see you as an American human being, but the very people in your country see you as a black woman and less. That's what showed up for me. And the pain of that should not be your experience. Absolutely, absolutely. And so I appreciate you saying that. I'll reference one of my daughters. I went in and some people at a store I won't name followed her throughout the store. And while I watched other children that were white who were actually shoplifting, and I came over and I was furious. And I was gonna go to corporate and and my two daughters pulled me aside. Mom, this is every day. If I had to call people up for this every day, I wouldn't be able to live, Mom. And the shame as a white person that I'm like, oh, this is unacceptable this one time. And my ignorance to think it's that one time. It's what we call Black fatigue. So thank you for speaking to that. Thank you for speaking to that. Yep, all right next door.
Not gonna let my wife talk and me not talk.
Okay.
So mine is race. I'm like your children. My father's black, mother's white. I identify as black. At 47 years old, every conversation in a social engagement I have is people ask, what are you? What are you mixed with? What are you? Every year since I've been alive. And so every time I walk in a room, the first thing I think about is, what do they see first? If it's a group of black people, typically they'll see the blackness. They'll say, oh, you mixed with something. If I walk into a room of white people, it depends on how I'm dressed. If I'm dressed in a suit and tie and I speak professionally, I'm a PhD candidate, so if I speak academically, they see me as white. And then I purposely take off my jacket so they can see my big old African tattoo on my arm.
But intentionally.
But I have to pay attention to those cues so that I know how to engage them. And that's a decision I have to make every time I walk into a room or every store or wherever I go. I have to think about that all the time.
Whew. Every time. How people see us, our identity. So then there's this piece of our identity and then being aware what everybody else sees. This is the identity they're going to notice, so I have to be aware. You were making a point, and I was coming. Here we go. All right, Michael. You're being voluntold, Mike.
I know. I am being voluntold here. So part of what came up for me in this is something that I think challenges so many of us. I heard this quote recently from Cooley, I believe, is the person that says this. I'm not who I think I am, and I'm not who you think I am. I am who I think that you think that I am. So situationally, as I go through all of these, situationally is different because the environments and whom I'm around creates that perception of myself because it's not my perception, and it's not really theirs, but it's what I think I'm seeing in them that they see in me.
I got to sit for that for a minute. Woo! Yeah, you were well voluntold. Good job. That's what she's taking for the table. So the table owning your comment, Michael. So, and you know what I love about that is we must encourage others to speak. I mean, and that is so powerful. Dr. Brene Brown, one of our rumbling starters, which is ways to create curiosity, and I use it all the time, so it's a skill. It's called The Story I Tell Myself. So the minute something happens, so I'll give an example. I am in a group writing a facilitation for a large global company, and we're doing this rollout. My colleague names herself as black. That's how she calls herself. I'm white. We're doing this thing. We're just together with two other colleagues who one was black, one was white, or is. And we're having this conversation, and we're trying to just talk and figure out about slides. And we get off, and we come back on, and we've been dear friends since 2015. And she came on, and she said, so I was just talking to my daughter, Zoe, who was home from college, and she says, am I coming across as a black angry woman? Because I feel like maybe that's how y'all see me, is I'm being really dominant in this conversation. I'm always aware if I'm leading, that may be what's showing up for people. And I was like, gosh, no, I see you as a leader. And I said, but you know what's interesting, Cheryl, when we got off the phone and took the break, I said, gosh, is my white fragility showing up? Because who am I to even challenge things that you're talking about? If we had not told our stories, they would have stayed true. You know, so that's kind of what I take away is, but it takes a lot of vulnerability and safety to be able to say like what you just said. Yeah, so powerful. One more. Thank you, Roderick. All right, who's got their hand up? Right here. All right. Right here? Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Everybody's pointing at you. You're like, oh.
Okay, so I am and you're gonna hear me, I speak with an accent, and I'm immigrant. So I was seeing on this, and then there's a lot of things that I didn't have to think about me until I moved to this country. And having biracial kids, and then a daughter who has disabilities, and I'm her full-time caregiver, and she looks completely different than me. So she has white skin, so many times, like, are you the foster mom, the nanny, whatever? But I didn't have to think about that in my country until I come here, and then I realize I have a son who is brown. I have a daughter who has white skin, and they all move into the world in different ways, and I'm the mom, and I have to figure out how I present myself and them so we can navigate this society better. So that's layers that I didn't know I have to put on myself and live through them, like every day. And especially now after learning about all the racial awakening that I'm having, and I'm reading, and I'm, talking to other people, and it's like, oh my goodness, like it's a lot to take in. And I know a whole bunch of my people is suffering that. I have advantage that I have, in a way, I'm not privileged in many ways. I can speak the language, I can communicate. But I know for some people that doesn't matter. It's just who they see, in there. So that's, it affects, but it's amazing how I was just telling Vicky, I didn't have to think about it before. To me, that's a big takeaway. Big thing.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And that is where I want us to get is, this is trauma that's put on you. And so some people have the experience of coming to the United States and their awareness is heightened of, I've never had to do this before. Why am I doing this? Why am I having to navigate this? And so it's, and then other of us have lived here and may not know any other way. And so we don't even realize that the trauma has affected us because, as you so boldly said, but it's always been that way. And both are so traumatic, right? Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly try to do 2 or 3 slides on trauma, and then we're gonna circle back to this conversation in a different way with me and Denise. So I'm gonna ask us to go to slide 63. Because I'm about to hop around and Ken's gonna help me. So if there is a definition of trauma, this is the one I like. It was developed by the Substance Abuse Mental Health Administration in 2014 after public comment. I don't like death by PowerPoint. I try very hard not to read slides. But basically what's important here is the 3 E's. Trauma is an event. It is something that happens to you. It is not what's wrong with you. It is an experience. It is a time where you feel like your life is emotionally or physically life-threatened. And it has effects: physical, emotional, financial, spiritual. It has effects on every part of who you are. Slide 65. And if you go to the Center of Disease Control and look up ACEs, Adverse Childhood Experiences, what you will see, it is a national epidemic. It is a public health issue, okay? And what you will see is there is no national commercial about it. We don't talk about it. It affects more people than any other disease, and we don't talk about it. Adverse childhood experience has been linked to 70 physical health and mental health disorders. Epidemiologists say, so an epidemiologist tries to go, okay, there's this toxin, when do I get interested in the toxin? So texting while driving. Why, somebody just shout out, why do we get interested in texting while driving? Why do we care? Why is it a public health issue? Life, we're killing people. We're hurting people. So anytime a toxin, like type on your phone when you're in a car, is more than 11% of why a disease happens, we get real interested in that toxin because we're like, wow, it affects a huge area. Right now, adverse childhood experiences affects between 11 and 89% of why 70 physical and mental health issues occur. And we are not talking about it. We are not talking about it. This is just a couple. So we'll talk about substance use and we'll shame substance abuse, highly correlated with trauma. Eating disorders, highly correlated with trauma. Being linked to the criminal justice system. By the time a kid goes to detention, on average, they've had 6 traumas. But it's the school to prison pipeline. I'm not going to address the trauma until I lock you up. And 1 out of 4 black men is locked up and labeled. And that's just some statistics. Okay, number 66, I think it's the next one. This is the pyramid that you'll see with the CDC. So here, this is how this works. Adverse childhood experiences And here are the 10, all right? So it's physical abuse, all right? Verbal, physical, sexual, right? Those are the 3 abuses. Neglect, emotional neglect, feeling unwanted or unloved by your family. Physical neglect, I don't know if I have a place to sleep tonight or food to eat. And the 5 family challenges, right? Someone in the home has a substance use issue or diagnosis, a mental health issue or diagnosis. Someone in the home is perpetrating or experiencing domestic violence. Someone in the home is in jail or prison. A parent is absent through divorce, separation, or death. By that definition alone, how many of us know somebody with an ACE score? Mine is an 8, and I'll never change that. On average, at a 4, okay? Remember, this is population health, so when you're going, oh, poop, right now, that's me. I have like 8 of those or 10 of those. Breathe, it's okay. All right? But at an average of 4, people are 1,500% more likely to attempt suicide. They're more than 1,500% more likely to use IV drugs, more likely to be depressed, anxious, have an eating disorder. At a 6, they are more likely to die 20 years younger than their counterparts at an average age of 60 instead of 80. There's a place in Richmond, Virginia where I live, and some people call it the projects. The formal term is Redevelopment Housing Authority, okay? Predominantly BIPOC community. And the average life expectancy there is 60. And Dr. Wolf's done some research on this. You jump the James River, and there's a very wealthy community on their other side. Average life expectancy is 80. A river determines how long you're going to live. That's connected to trauma. At a 6, you're 5,000% more likely to pick up an IV drug. Okay? Changes the way your brain works. Okay? Changes, leads to social, emotional, cognitive, at-risk health behaviors like substance use, like eating disorders, like suicide attempts, like violence, which leads to disease, disability, social problems, and early death. So this is how this works. This is how I do it. Is guess what we are real good at in the United States? I work for myself. I'm allowed to make statements like that. We get real interested in trauma when someone's adopted an at-risk health behavior, when they're in jail or have tried to harm someone. We are good at crisis sometimes. And that's why we stay in crisis. Because we're not paying attention to trauma until it is a crisis, until that person has a crisis. So there's this saying, Dr. Nadine Harris, Burke Harris, a leader in the area of ACEs. She's a pediatrician out in California. First Surgeon General of California has this as the leading health issue in California, okay? And what she says is, if I'm a doctor and I got 10 kids drinking from a well and 8 of them are coming to me with diarrhea, am I just gonna write prescriptions for diarrhea all day long, or am I gonna try to go to the well? What I would like to say, in most communities I work in, including mine, we love to write prescriptions for diarrhea all day long, and we're not doing nothing about the well. And so what I want to say is that bottom rung is the well, and adoption of health risk behaviors is the diarrhea. Now, and people are like, I just ate, Allison. Really, we got to go here? But diarrhea is an uncomfortable world. Diarrhea, like it's an uncomfortable world. That's a word, it's intentional, right? So you can't ignore diarrhea, right? That's bad. That doesn't go well. We can't ignore crisis, but we better get to the well. So I will sit in a meeting when we're talking about stuff, and I will say, okay, so this is great, but we're doing a lot of diarrhea treatment. Could we get to the well, please? And people go, what is she talking about? But it gets their attention. So I'm asking us to do well work, not just swim in diarrhea. Lovely image after lunch. All right, so I want you to go to 68. Please, Ken. I'm jumping around a lot and so grateful for you. There's this place called Rise, California. It's in Richmond, California. It's known for a lot of violence in that community. I don't know if I said it right, 68. You're probably trying to get there. And so actually, novel thought, they brought youth and family together to talk about trauma, not just professionals, right? And so the youth and family were like, I guess you got this right, academics, with this thing over here. And I know you can't read, this stuff because it's so small, but I'm gonna walk you through it. But they said, you forgot some very important things. So trauma doesn't start at 0. It has social context. So the access to resources you have is determined by the zip code you were born to. So your life of trauma begins before you are born based on where you are born. And we know some counties have much less access to resource and much more trauma than others. And that's why equity is not equal. And then beyond that, we have historical trauma. Groups of people that have been through trauma for hundreds of years, and people go, oh gosh, slavery was so long ago. So when it wasn't, until civil rights just happened in the 60s, and in my opinion, it changed laws, but it did not change the heart and minds of people. So we're still living this. It's not distant. So trauma really gets to that deeper, deeper space. So if we can go to the next slide. So I want to talk about Dr. Maureen Wong. So this was who Barack Obama called when Sandy Hook happened. She's an expert in trauma in schools and did the work in Connecticut. So this is old data, but 1995, they did a survey of adolescents, and they said, how many of y'all have been exposed to violence? And about 48% said they'd witnessed, 23% said it was a direct assault, 27%, about a quarter said, nope, never had that. So she works in LA, Los Angeles, right? They surveyed 6th graders, and only 6% of the 6th graders said they'd never experienced violence. Okay, next slide. So here's the point I want to get to is it's not just what happens in your family, it's what happens in your community. It is the experience you live. So this is a police snapshot of just a little part of San Bernardino Valley. San Bernardino lies right in Los Angeles, okay? Every house is an elementary school, every dot is an unsolved murder case. So it is one picture of violence in a community, okay? Next slide. This is Compton. So go back one slide. Do we expect these children to be able to access their education and have the same mental health as, next slide, these children? But that's what we say. It's equal. They just got to work harder. So it is about exposure to violence. What if this was domestic violence? What if this was verbal abuse? Next slide. When we look at this, when we know with education, okay, that if you have a higher exposure to violence, you have a lower grade point average, you're more likely to enter the school to prison pipeline because you're more likely to be suspended or expelled, you're more likely to be absent, you're less likely to graduate high school and have a decreased IQ. It is not because you are incapable of learning. It is because if my brain has to focus on survival every day, it doesn't hold space to focus on learning. And so this actually got brought up with the data you just saw as a civil rights case before the U of Ed, the education for the United States, saying this is a health issue. We have a group of kids with a health issue that do not have equal access to their education. So right now, if you do a 504 or an individualized education plan in a school, trauma does not count as a reason for special education. It is not a health disparity where you can get specialized services. Is anybody outraged? Because I am. And so we tried to change that, and what came back was a no. Because some kids make it, so we can't really try to say it's a health issue if some kids make it. So that's trauma. And this is where you might be by now. This is a lot. What do I do with all this? This is a lot. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to go talk about it. First rule of any public health issue is I want you to share your knowledge. And it is okay if you go and say, I don't remember what that lady said on Thursday. Let me go look it up with you. I worked in the jail. I have a terrible time with spelling. I was working with people in recovery from heroin and fentanyl. I was training peer recovery specialists so they could go train the people on the pods, the other residents. So I went in, I couldn't take in technology. I'm teaching this stuff. I am a terrible speller. Although growth mindset says I have lots of room for improvement in spelling. That's the way I should say it. So I'm writing, and I said, so this is resilience. And one of them said, hey, Doc, can you spell resilience? And I went, oh, shit. All right, that'll be my only curse. Because I couldn't. And then what happened is I'm a PhD. I'm an educator. I'm a person in front of these people, and I can't spell resilience. I'm wanting to go shh, shh, shh. And I went, no, I'm just going to be with other people as humans. I'm like, I don't know how to spell. Doc, we got dictionaries with us all the time. We got you. Resilience. We got it, Doc. So when you get nervous that you don't know enough to have this conversation, all you got to do is bring it in the room. Y'all can look it up together. You don't have to know it all. Because when I started training in the jails, one of the first things that one of the guys said when they stood up, Doc, you telling me at a 6, I'm gonna die 20 years younger? I want me some resilience. I'm in. Teach me. And then he went and taught his sons and his girlfriend and everybody else on the pod. That's what we're trying to do with Changemakers. It cannot exist in these tiny little professional places. You have the right to know about health issues that compromise your health, and the right to share that with others. And that's what this is about. Okay, so I want to go to slide 84 and play that video. And this will be Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris opening this.
I would like to invite the students from Leadership High School, with whom Center for Youth Wellness has been working on a project about adverse childhood experiences and toxic stress, to share their view and their experience of this issue.
Liquor stores plague our communities like diseases. Convenience stores are breeding grounds for type 2 diabetes. While our city turns a blind eye to the link between poverty and obesity, according to the Department of Health, 20% of black and brown youth are overweight. Our lungs are forced to inhale toxins. This still remains in cigarettes, gunpowder, and genocide.
Our teenagers especially are so incredibly insightful and smart, and they have really good ideas, and I think it makes sense to really bring them more into the conversation because they really know what they need, and they're willing to tell us if we can listen.
We are a generation of inequality, centered to strange fruit.
In our communities, we're more likely to develop PTSD than we are PhDs.
You can't see a performance like that and such eloquence among our young people and not feel energized and not feel hopeful and not feel an added responsibility to assure their health and well-being across the life course.
In my community, we're suffering from chronic stress because we are victims of poverty, gang violence, and abuse, and it affects us because it weakens our immune system.
When we punish kids for their poverty, the toxic stress goes unaddressed. What we don't need is increased punishment. What we do need is increased care.
Once upon a time, there was a girl named Sandy, victim of her family, community. Sadly, the stress worked against her. Couple must have missed her, trapped in a life where you live by the trigger.
I think we need to listen better. I think that they are perfectly capable of understanding some of this very, very complex science and turning it into a language that other kids can understand, that they can take the message out. I was very inspired.
We studied the theory of ACEs with CYW and developed a survey that asked questions like, do you often or very often experience violence to or from school? I don't think any of us knew about this before, and it's cool to see it as like a nationwide thing, you know, so it kind of brings like awareness to everybody.
Personally tell them how much I appreciate them coming together to engage in solutions and also involving us in this. A lot of times youth who are very much affected by ACEs, so I feel like us being engaged in this conversation is the start of something great.
That is the next generation, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that I liked how she included the youth because their voices do matter. Second, I would like to say that we have to stop disconnecting mental health from physical health and make that one component.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And by the way, the kids just did that in 3 minutes. I'm at 2 hours, y'all. They do it well. I've been trying to figure out how to make stuff go viral, and my kids are like, Mom, you can't make something go viral. I was like, yeah, we can. Just like, the ALS thing where you pour ice on head. Let's figure it out. They're like, Mom, right? But we need to include them. Anybody else? What did you hear they were asking for? Help. And to not be punished. And to know about their health. The part that hits me every time is I am more likely in my community to develop PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, than a higher education. And she's right. And that is not okay.
Oddly enough, I saw pain and strength in those kids. Like they had been through hot and cold at the same time, which is something that I can relate to personally.
Oh, so good, and I didn't even pay you to help me for my transition. Because, yes, what you saw was pain, but then what you saw was resilience. Resilience is not coping. Coping's important. Resilience is not resetting, which is like when somebody says that thing to you and you go, if I didn't have to keep this job, this is what I would say. Right? Resilience is within us. We have it. And all we got to do is help people bring it out. Post-traumatic growth. So I think what I do is I want to go to slide 120, which gets me to resilience. I'm going to see if I'm right about that. And I'm probably not right about that. Okay, my bad. I want us to go real quick back to slide 82. So this is a definition of resilience, okay? Resilience is, it's not just a gift of nature or an exercise of will. It is a set of skills we can practice. And I'm going to go over today with Denise the 3 big ones, okay? The 3 big ways that we know are deficit areas for people who've experienced trauma and are areas of greatest opportunity. Because often what happens, and if we can go to slide 113, is we label kids and we label people as dysfunctional, right? And in this slide, the kid's saying, is there any kind of snappy acronym for you adults, because you're not really inspiring my confidence right now? We label things instead of talking about what's strong about us, we talk about what's wrong with us. Right? And that strength is there. And that's why I'm trying to rebrand as a resilience lady. But to get to resilience, we got to first talk about and name the hardness. So what are the 3 areas? If we can go to slide 120. So here's the big academic words for it. So there are 3 areas of resilience that are really important. Okay? The first is I'm going to start with self-regulation. So if you don't know what self-regulation is, think of the last time, don't name their name, that you were with a person at work or in your life, and they wrote that email or text, and you got ready to fire back your response right then. And you were like, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this is what I'm going to say. And then you got ready to hit send, and you were like, And because you said, you still have that job or that relationship in your life. It's the pause. And guess what? People who've experienced trauma don't pause because they're in survival mode. So the resilience we have to teach are self-management skills. We have to teach how to breathe, how to pause, how to take a moment, and not assume that it is an act of will that they want to blow up their whole life, because most people don't want to blow up their whole life. We have to look at it as not as an intentional misbehavior, but as a lack of skill. And we can teach self-regulation. Number 2, co-regulation, nothing but a fancy word for relationships. Guess what? ACEs happens in the context of relationships. The injury happens with someone you trust, and you were injured by them. Whether that's your family, your community, your workplace, the injury happens in relationships. So guess what's difficult? Relationships. So I'll give an example. So my daughters, I had a lot to learn about hair in my life. Y'all can laugh. Because my hair, which by the way, all the Walmarts and Targets are designed for, is very different than my daughter's hair. And I had a lot of aunties that helped me. right? And I used to think pink lotion was where it's at, and that was not a good thought. And I could never get the perfect part. Like I would watch the aunties do it in 1 minute and it was taking me 45 minutes and I didn't have the cool zigzags in my daughter's hair. I had the I can't part hair zigzags in their hair. So, and I had to own that. Thank you for your support. So it was painful, right? So we were in a salon and for me, 45 minutes in and out, I didn't realize it was an all-day event. And so we're there and everybody's talking and connecting. And so I learned a lot because I had one in locks and then I had one getting box braids and I had, all kinds of, and then moving through natural hair. So we're talking and this is me. And I hope it'll be some of you who choose to be change makers. And it's a choice. Is when I start talking about trauma, I'm gonna talk about it everywhere with everybody. Right? So we're in the salon, and this guy comes in and is talking to the woman doing my daughter's hair, and he's like, and he must have been a vocational counselor. And he's like, oh my gosh, this is so hard. I'm trying to reach these people. I'm trying to do stuff with them. And then I teach them all these skills to do their job, and then they cuss out their boss and lose it anyway. Like, what is that? And I was like, so excuse me. And my daughter's like, no, Mom, not now. And I'm like, have you heard about trauma? And they're like, who are you? And I was like, well, I just want to tell you about trauma. It's this thing. And then I was like, and what happens is you get stress on your brain and you flip your lid and you say dumb stuff. And if we don't treat that, then, we're going to have people that don't know how to do soft skills, right? Because that's a self-regulation issue. And we're listening and I'm talking and I'm giving examples. And my daughter sees that the whole salon has turned around, like every chair has flipped. And so then she's like, I know about trauma. I can teach it. Right? Because they do. I'm a clinician. I teach my kids to do these things. They use it against me. So they're like, this is what my mom does to flip my lid, right? And so what happened, though, is a conversation happened in those 20 minutes at the hair salon. And they're like, I know someone that does that. I've done that. Example 2, I tell stories because we remember stories. Our brain remembers stories when we don't remember a slide. So one more story here. So I was learning this stuff. Okay, and I learned something called the Handy model from Dr. Siegel. And the Handy model is stress hits. So this is our downstairs brain, our limbic brain. And you have this written down in your handouts. This is our downstairs brain, our limbic brain. It's where fight, flight, or freeze lives. The only responses we can have to threat are to run from it, freeze and hope it attacks someone else, or fight it. And then when we're lucky, we bring in the cerebral cortex. This is where empathy, attention, and focus live. Stress hits, and we flip our lid. Okay? And people are like, well, I don't really get that. So imagine a bear is attacking you. Is my first response to say, hey, you have cubs, I have cubs. We can totally work this out, bear. No, I'm going to run from the bear. I'm going to fight the bear. I'm going to stay real still so it eats Virginia. Because at that point, I can't have empathy for you, Virginia. I got to go home. That's how the brain works. Right? That's how the brain works. So anyway, I come home. I've been traveling, single mom at that time, really difficult decisions. My daughter, my 20-year-old, was about 13 or 14. I come in, and I realized teenagers, at least mine, had a very different definition of cleaning a room than I did. So in my world, everything has a cubby hole. In her world, Mom, it don't really smell that bad. Right? So I've gone over this over and over again. So I come home. There's stuff everywhere. And I walk in and I'm like, are you serious? Are you flipping serious? I can't believe how many times you're like, Mom, I was gonna. I don't want to hear gonna, I want to hear donna, damn it. Right? And she was like, but Mom. All right, so at that point, who's flipped their lid? Me. Right? So I'm going at her, and then she says, you know what, Mom, why don't you run off and go treat one of those little trauma classes you have, because you're a lot better at taking care of other people's kids than your own. Boom! Did you feel that? Because I still feel the sting of that one. So I did not use a single skill I'm about to teach y'all. I did not use a single skill. I did not have self-regulation. I did not think positively. And I did not think about our relationship. I stepped up to her and said, what'd you say? Say it again! Right? And this is what probably saved my career and why I'm here today. She went, Mom, wait. I think you just flipped your lid. Mom, walk. So while she's walking and I'm walking behind her going, I taught you that, right? And she's like, keep walking, Mom. Because bilateral movement, moving both sides of your body, actually brings this part of the brain back. So she's like, keep walking, Mom. Breathe. And when I finally had breathed enough, I was like, oh my gosh, I just flipped my lid. That's self-regulation. Make sense? That's relationship. Makes sense? We teach you this. And the final one's positive self-identity. Okay? I am strong. I'm not what's wrong. So many people with trauma, all they know is their rap sheet and their negative story. We need to tell them that they are the roses that grow out of concrete. They are strong. They are not what's wrong. Okay. So to finish up my part, let me go to, if I can go to slide 125. And if we can play this video.
So what is empathy, and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, you can climb down. I know what it's like down here. And you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no. You want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with "at least." And we do it all the time, because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful, and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So, I had a miscarriage. Oh, at least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now, I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
Okay. So empathy and sympathy. When you think about the top skill for co-regulation or relationship, it is empathy. It is a witness. That is the skill that you probably already practice, but that's one we do more of. To sit with someone and hear their experience and say, I don't even know what to say right now, but I'm glad that you told me. And not feel like you have to one-up them or tell them you know, which often happens because of our own guilt and our own discomfort with how vulnerable somebody just was with us. Self-regulation, top skills are honestly breath. We call it the 4 square breath, and it is simply breathe in for 4, hold for 4, breathe out for 4, hold for 4. That when you start to notice those emotions take hold of you, you breathe. Which is why in the last 18 months, even breath not being safe in so many ways has been so destructive. And then we get to positive self-identity. So I want to take us to Slide 134. And then I think I can start going in order again. Okay. Dr. Brene Brown. Okay. Positive self-identity is the story we tell ourselves about who we are, which Michael helped us look at, as well as others. Okay. So next slide. What she has studied is about shame. So the interesting thing is when you ask people about love, guess what they talk about is heartbreak. When you talk to them about connection, they talk about the moments they felt disconnected. It's important to distinguish these 4 areas of shame. I'm going to focus on guilt and shame. Shame is I'm bad. Guilt is I made a bad choice. Shame is when someone says something to you. They study this in students. And a student presents, usually it's a creative activity. And they present something and someone says something like, that's completely unacceptable. It's way below par. In front of everyone else. Shame is, I'm terrible, I'm horrible, I have no ability to do this. Guilt is, I tried my best and I don't like what she just said. Shame is connected to addiction, violence, eating disorders. Guilt is connected to positive choices. We have yet in anyone's shame research to find any good benefit from shame. It is telling someone they are a bad person. And we have done that on a historical level, based on the very things y'all have talked about in your identity. Because there is an us that's okay, and there is an other that's not okay. And you become very clear very quickly which side you're on. Okay, next slide. So here are the top 12 categories of shame. Okay? Because I'm in a church, I'll just have you think about this. If you do any type of pastoral work or support in a church, how many of these categories do you touch in among your congregation? I'd say all of them. So know that you're up in people's shame. As a mental health professional, I am up in people's shame. As a diversity professional, you are up in people's shame. Now, gender is not binary, but a lot of the research still is. So I'm going to focus for a second on what we know about shame for women and men. To give an example. So anybody want to guess what the number one shame is for women? By the way, it's a tie. It's a two-way tie. Top shames for women. You can shout it out. Say it again. Rape? Okay, absolutely shaming. Did not show up. That would be trauma, surviving trauma, but that's not the number one. Motherhood. As young as you can often remember when you're identified as a woman is, are you dating? Why not? Are you engaged? Why not? Are you married? Why not? Are you pregnant? Why not? Have you had a child? Okay. Are you going to work? Why aren't you at home with your child? Are you at home with your child? Why don't you have a job and set a good role model? Are you at your job? Why aren't you at the play date? Shame, shame, shame. Anybody want to guess the one that ties with that? The research? Bingo. You're good. Appearance. There's an $83 million industry that tells a woman how to look. Only 3% of us look like that, which is why it's an $83 million industry. Because it tells us this is what you should look like. In a study from Boston, they did word association of what words people associate with femininity. Nice, modest, and thin. I'm like none of those. You can laugh. And I get so angry every time I say it. Nice, modest, and thin, for real? But you know what? That is what I was taught was a big part of being a woman. Okay, let's go to men. Men have one number one shame. It's not listed up there, but it's connected to them. Number one shame in men. Work, it's connected to it. Emotions, it's connected to it. It's broad. Parenting. Now, I'm going to notice something, and it may make some people uncomfortable. What I love when I ask this question is all women answer. It's interesting, right? I only had one man try to answer. And you know what? Probably the men are going to be like, Allison, why are you calling us out? Y'all expected them to answer, and therefore you stayed silent. Okay? All right. So for men, it's anything that makes a man feel weak. Rule. anything, which includes sex, which includes work, which includes all those things, anything that makes a man feel weak. And it's taught very young. I won't say, but in the research, a specific phrase came up. I won't say it, and if you don't know what I'm about to say in code, then you can ask a neighbor. But most men could remember they were told not to be a kitty cat. Those exact words are what came up in the research. And they told a story of like a guy in high school, and he was so excited to make the starting line and be on the line. And he looked up and saw the linebackers, and fear flashed across his face. And the coach walked up and said, "Don't you be a..." And that was the moment he learned. I cannot show fear. I cannot show weakness. I am a man. 3 words associated with men: bringing in work, income, their ability to provide, emotional control, and violence. Those are the words associated with men. Let that sink in. And I have to own, because I can own it since it's my gender, women, we are as much responsible for putting that on men as they ever have been. Because I will say, I want you to show me your emotion. I want you to cry. And then our immediate instinct is, no, you can't be falling apart. You're a man. And then what does that communicate? This is shame. Shame is the thing we don't want to talk about, right? Next slide. So we all have it. Again, you can choose shame or you can choose to be a psychopath. Totally up to you. But if you have emotion, and psychopathy is a real thing, but it is the absence of the ability to have emotion. It's literally you do not have the capacity to have emotion. So you have shame. The less you talk about it, the more you have. Okay? And we're afraid to talk about it. Brene says when she gets on an airplane and she's feeling introverted and someone says, "Well, what do you do for a living?" She says, "I'm a shame researcher and I see you." And they don't talk the rest of the ride. Right? It's an uncomfortable word. It's an uncomfortable word. So how does shame show up? Let's do next slide. So I'm only going to play about 3 minutes of this one. Let's do 3 minutes until I say stop.
Which one is the white doll?
Can we rewind it to the beginning?
Which doll is the black doll? And which one is the white doll? Which doll is the pretty doll? Which doll is the nice doll? Which doll is the bad doll? Which doll is the nice doll? And which doll is the bad doll? And why is that doll pretty? Which doll is the ugly doll? Why is that doll ugly? Which doll looks like me? Yeah, which one looks like me?
Stop there. So I encourage you to take a breath. That's an old study. It's been done over and over again, and folks, the outcomes are not changing. It is learned very young, and it is shame. It is shame. Race was a construct created in the United States. It's not a real thing until it was made a real thing by the dehumanization of an entire group of people. So where I want to take us is we're going to watch 3 videos in succession. I want you to turn to your handout that at the top, it's at the back of your handouts. At the top, it says emotions that come up when talking about racism and oppression. And it's really a place for you to take notes. Okay, it's a place for you to take notes. We're going to watch, and we'll watch them in succession. The first one will be a conversation with white people on race, and then a conversation with black women on race, and then growing up as a black man. And just write the notes as we go. So we will, I think you've already got it, but we'll run them in order.
It's very uncomfortable to talk about race. It's not something I do.
I am feeling apprehensive because I think there's a lot of reasons why I feel like I should be able to talk about race.
I don't want to say anything, that would offend anyone. It's a very touchy subject. It's still difficult, even if you feel like you're on the right side of it, to have a dialogue about it.
Especially for white people, because we don't want to see if the racism that we may be holding on to.
I don't know. Maybe I am racist. I certainly don't like to think that I am. And I think that's too because the perception in this society, perception of a racist is a guy in a robe.
Now I understand that it's a system of advantages and disadvantages based on race. So as much as there's the disadvantage piece of it, there's the advantage piece of it, which is what I experience as a white person.
I want to bring up race, and I want to bring it up in a frame that helps my children think that there's no difference. But the mere fact that I might be bringing it up could suggest that there is a difference.
I remember asking a friend of my father's who's black why he was called black, because his skin was brown. And I've learned that lots of people that are white ask this question, and maybe they also received the answer that I got from my parents, which was like, oh my gosh, we're so sorry that she asked that, and it's just a term, like, move on.
One of my third grade students seemed pretty rocked after the Eric Garner case or death, and came up to me and said, you know, why, when you were little, like, were you worried about this stuff too? And I knew what he was talking about before. I mean, I didn't say, what do you mean, what stuff? I didn't want to, you know, play dumb. And I said, you know, no, like, I didn't have to be, and that's not fair. And that was really hard because he just kind of sat there, and it honestly seemed like the first time that he had considered the fact that not everyone had to think about race all the time.
I know that I'm white, and I guess I'm part of that collection, but I don't think about being white. I don't.
I really did not know that I had a racial identity. I knew I was white. I had no idea what that meant, how that had shaped my outlook on life, how that had shaped my sense of optimism, sense of belonging, sense of safety, sense of feeling entitled to go help children that I thought were a part of a community that couldn't figure out how to help themselves.
I think that impulse, that kind of colorblindness impulse, comes mostly from white people. Like, I've never heard, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure it comes from all people of all kinds, but I've heard it most from white people who are saying, like, let's do this as a way of getting past this racism thing. And I think in part it comes from a sense of shame and guilt about what racism has done, and kind of how racism was built by white people.
I don't want to be ashamed of being, and plus I'm a male. It's like every group out there can be pissed off at me because I'm white and a male. And that's a weird kind of burden that some people do feel, and I certainly feel it sometimes from people that I'm privileged, I get stuff that other people don't get.
I think we're all implicated in a racist system, and I play my part in it as a white person. So I do have individual responsibility and accountability. I mean, I'm part of the system, and I do things that both perpetuate it, and I try to certainly do things that challenge it.
I realize I've never said anything. When I've heard racist jokes, when I've heard racist comments, I've never said anything. I've never spoken up and said, hey, that's racist. Not once.
In my mind, I'm not involved in any conflict that involves race. I've only been the beneficiary of it. So to talk about it is I don't think I would sound very wise.
Being white means that I have the privilege to think that I'm not affected by racism. Or that I don't even have a race, because I have all these other things like a gender and a sexual orientation, and those are pretty neat, so I don't have a race. But I do, and I'm white.
So pause and just write for a minute before we start the next one. Okay, finish up that last piece of your thought. Let's go to the next video, please.
As a black woman who was a black girl, I see the attack on us comes in a very different form. In some ways it comes in the same form. You know, people do experience racial profiling and police brutality, but sometimes you come across women who have not had that direct interaction. But we're attacked in so many nuanced ways.
So you have internal race issues within our own culture, and then the external race issue, and then your mothering issue around race. So for me, race and being a woman of color is so multi-layered. It's like you can excavate all day.
Two uniformed security guards walked over to us, one white, one Latino, and began to ask us questions about what we were doing in the lobby of that hotel, if we were guests. Quickly responded and said that I was in fact a guest. I was asked details, my name, what room, and it was at this point that I became very upset. And then you start to wonder, well, what other difference could it be if you're a white cop, I'm a black female? What else could I have done to piss you off with this much? It just starts to then look racial. We actually had to bring in a white colleague from the Justice Conference before anyone could get an official response from the hotel.
I've had people focus on my hair not being professional enough. I had an executive director actually come into a room, and it went down the path of like, you know, just letting you know, like, I don't think that you're professional enough. And I kind of had to go through this whole, I had to actually pull back because I felt like I couldn't be emotional. All the other tourists were white. And I remember going out to the prison in terms of costuming and saying, you know, why is it that we're dressed this way? Why is our hair doing this weird, just lumped together thing, and all the other girls get to do curls and pretty things? And she was like, yeah, but your hair can't do that. And I was like, you never asked me. But for me, it was really hard because I just wanted to dance and sing and be in the play, and I was being told, like, you're not good enough, your hair isn't good enough, your clothes aren't good enough, and we're going to make sure everybody notices that you're black and everybody else isn't.
And that colored my own thinking about myself. I was like, maybe I am an attacker. Maybe I am a monster. Then I called my mom. She's like, don't listen to them. Obviously, I gave birth to you and I'm gorgeous, so obviously you have to be gorgeous. So I whenever I always felt that, I always think about that. There was a huge population of black girls who weren't getting anyone, and I wondered,
he went painstakingly shading the characters in the book in brown crayon. I still have some of these books. I mean, I have like Cinderella, she was bright, like all these things. And of course, as an older toddler, you notice that they've been wrong because he's not an artist. And he would explain, you know, as much as he could to a 5 or 6-year-old why he was shading in these characters to look like me. I don't have to do it right now. But if I do have to do that, I just wonder. That's just people, it's just intelligent, it's just all these things all the time. I feel like you don't feel that in, and you really don't get that attention. What I would tell my daughter is not what was ever told me, and not something that I really thought I would ever say. But ultimately, to my girl, I want you to be happy. I want you to find joy in however you define it. Not what I want out of you, not what society imagines of you, not anyone's fantasies of you. Your happiness and your joy, and I have your back.
Okay, we'll pause there. Same thing, take 1 minute to write what comes up for you. Let's take 30 more seconds. All right, let's roll into the last video, please.
Racism means basically like
the right part of a race is that they're superior to another race. And so not only do they believe that, but they act on it.
Example would be in class. Sometimes I'd be the only black kid. And you read a book like Huck Finn, and then there's that uncomfortable moment. The magic words come up, and people will look at you like, what's his reaction, and things like that.
I was walking home from school with this one white girl, and we just got off the bus, and we were almost home, and there was this group of black kids that just got out of school, and she was like, oh, let's cross the street, there's a group of black kids, I want to run into them. And so he told me, which I don't even know why he'd do that.
This was like in like just to reinforce my wrist, and I had a T-shirt. Come up to me and said, "You should take it off because it looks gang affiliated."
I've been in situations where, I had to cross the street because I didn't want to scare the white lady that was walking.
I would actually get to a point where I would start to count how many times a woman would clutch her back.
When I was 16, I was leaving my mom's house in my pajamas with a snowman on them with my brother, and we were actually stopped by the police rather aggressively. I've been stopped by the cops on my way between classes because we have two separate buildings, walking from one building to the other building. As my white students in the same class walk by me.
It's kind of upsetting because we live in a world where my mom has to be afraid when I walk outside from the people that are meant to protect me. And I don't like when my mother feels like that. I love my mother. She should always, I want her to always be happy.
I walk tall, I keep my head up, I'm very, try to be very articulate and polite. And so, of course, I was like, okay, I'm going to be fine because I act a certain way. And of course, that has nothing to do with it. The way people perceive you, is not up to fear. My parents taught me, oh, cops are your friends, you're supposed to, they're here to protect you. But all I've seen is the opposite. So how can I not be afraid when I feel like I'm being hunted? When I feel like I'm there to feel pulled.
We are in a so-called free society. And as a black man, you literally don't feel free. You don't know what freedom is.
Every time we're killed, the first thing you see on the news is, criminal record. Or something like that. So from the second the bullet hits us, already we're starting to teach you that.
Black people like myself, we don't get as many chances as they do. So you have to be aware and you have to watch out and you can't mess up.
This has been extremely emotional taxing process for me in terms of coming in terms of maybe the nature of racism in my own life in this country and in this world. And if you wait until somebody is 12, 13, 14 to put that on them, it can be really difficult.
My dad, he's just like the honest one. He's like, listen, son, like there are things in this world that you kind of have to watch out. He doesn't want me to live in fear, but he wants me to be aware.
I want people to know that I'm perfectly fine. I'm not perfect and I'm not here to do anything. I should be judged about like who I am and what kind of person I am.
My parents would tell me, especially my mom, she would tell me, you have to endure, you have to muscle through it. And this is no different. It's part of being a person of color in America.
And there's a certain comfortability associated with that. Because if I know that something is inevitable, then I know how to deal with it. Fortunately, I've had parents who have said, this is what you do.
Mom and Dad, I'll be fine because you did a good job raising me. You gave me all the resources, the time, the blood, sweat, and tears to make me a good man, and not a good man, and the foundation to survive in this country.
I want you to know that I will act in an appropriate manner and do everything that you told me to do because I do love you. And I know that everything you say is not for a reason and not just to talk the talk. And I love you.
Okay, we can pause there and take one more minute. A deep breath. We'll go into our final half hour. So that was, for me, who's watched them lots of times, it's a lot. If I can just get two folks to talk for a moment about what came up. Yeah, mask is this way. Oh, there it is. She knew what I was looking for. Yes. Love it. To the back. Oh.
Thank you. What I do, my organization is called the Black Heart Association, so we tie in the ACEs study to heart disease a lot. But watching this, I had a lot of emotions, especially as a Black mother. I posted, I don't know if you guys have seen the Sandra Bullock where she talks about her adopted children being Black and how she has to have that conversation. But as Black mothers, the minute we hear that we're having a boy, we're torn. And like the young lady said, it's multi-layered. And I just wonder how many conversations do we have to have? I'm almost thinking it's like fake sympathy at this point because we've been talking about racism so long, and I'm not sure where the change is. So I'm struggling a bit.
I so appreciate that. One of the terms for that's called Black fatigue. There's some beautiful books for that because it's for so long. And it becomes very difficult to hear people after the murder of George Floyd say, oh, now we need to talk about it. Yeah. Someone else. Emotions that came up. We over here? All right.
Oh, hi. For me, when I heard the white guy say that he doesn't think about being white, I thought that got to be a luxury because I actually think about being Black all the time in everything that I do. I have to watch the way that I talk. I have to watch where I go, the words that I use. So I literally have to think about how am I coming across as a Black woman and everything.
Thank you for sharing that. And what's so powerful is the two people that spoke. And that is why, other than a medical health system that has great disparities in research, it is the reason that there are so many physical health conditions because of the mental health reaction of trauma of being Black that then affect your heart and affect everything else. Thank you for sharing that. So Denise is going to unpack some of this for us over the next 20 minutes, and then we're going to move into a close. All right, thank you. If you could bring us to slide 146. All right. So, I got to take a moment to breathe through this too. This is this is the work. This is work, but this is yeah, it's necessary. I have 2 Black babies, 2 Black boys that I love so dearly, and in these videos, you know, they take you to another place. So thank you for bearing with me, because I just need to get that out just for a moment. But so we're going to talk about microaggressions, because this taps right in here. So microaggressions have been described as so many things and defined in different ways, but today we're going to look at it here as a brief everyday slight, an insult, indignities, you know, for people of color, through the LGBTQ community, people with disabilities or immigrants who are unaware of the hidden messages that are being communicated to them. So in the world of diversity and inclusion, we look at it a different way. So we're going to go to slide 147, please, the next one. So in the world of D&I, or diversity and inclusion, we look at that as death by 1,000 cuts. And what that really means is that there are everyday slights and behaviors that people use, and they're unintentional. So most times when people give a microaggression, it's not something that they intend. They're not intending to hurt your feelings, but yet and still it happens. And 9 times out of 10, you end up feeling away. And a lot of times, the most people who identify or recognize that this really happened are marginalized groups. And so these are people who are excluded from mainstream social, economic, educational, and or cultural life. So now what we're going to do is we're going to skip to 157, please. Okay. So there's a lot of other content within microaggressions that we can go into, but for the sake of time, we're going to go back over and we're going to skip over that just a little bit here. And I want to talk about how to take care of you. A lot of times when we are people who have been affected by microaggressions, and a lot of times, like I said, these are BIPOC individuals. These are people in the marginalized groups. How do you take care of yourself? How do you deal with that? I know sometimes, for me personally, when it has happened to me, I have to scratch my head and say, did she really just say that? Did she really ask me, are you gonna wear your hair like that today? Absolutely, yes, ma'am, I am. Thank you. But you know, when that happens a lot, you know, it starts to weigh on you. It starts to make you question who you are. And like, you know, those different examples that we've given of walking into the room and feeling like you are, well, being the only one, and starting to think about this, oh God, does my hair look okay? That's not why I came in this room. I came in this room because I have something that you need, but not, you know, my appearance should not matter, or how I wear my hair, but, you know, it shouldn't matter. So we want to talk about things about, you know, how to take care of you when these things happen, okay? So the first thing I want to address is make time to talk with people, whether they're your friends, whether they're the people who actually created this situation or made that statement to you. Make sure that you talk to them to help them understand exactly what it is that you are experiencing, right? So microaggressions tend to make people feel like they belong. That they don't belong, excuse me. So you have to let them know that in that moment, this is how you made me feel. You made me feel like because I was wearing my hair a certain way, that people wouldn't take me seriously. They wouldn't take the words that I'm saying and put it to work as they are supposed to, because they're distracted by something as vain as my hair. So you need to make sure that you talk through things with people and let them understand to the point of where they get it. Then you need to also think about yourself, taking care of your physical health. Establish a routine so you have healthy sleep habits and exercising and eating habits. And so a healthy body is the foundation to your emotional health. But again, when you're having these microaggressions come at you, it's easy to kind of brush it off. But again, once they happen constantly, you gotta go back to you and make sure that you were taking time for yourself. So another piece of practicing your health is managing your stress management. So meditate. We've done this several times. We've done the grounding today, where we've taken time and we just closed our eyes and thought about it. This is helpful for everybody. Meditation, deep breathing, listening to calming music, whatever works for you, whatever calms you down, I suggest that you do that, and do that on a regular. Make sure that this gets into a daily routine for you. You could take breaks, as we have asked you to do today, because this was heavy stuff that we talked about today. Take those breaks and make sure that you are getting yourself together and understanding where the tension and where this is actually coming from, so that you can go back and be able to have those conversations, so that hopefully it won't happen again. And then also begin to build pride in who you are. Engaging with others to build the awareness of social injustice and working for change. So read about people like you who have succeeded in life and who have helped make the world a better place, right? Those are different ways that you can go to build that pride in yourself. Seek out role models who are proud to be who they are and can help you be proud of who you are. And then also find a mentor. Find a mentor that values you and and lifts you up in those times where, again, you may have been feeling less than because of those many thousands of cuts and those different things, those slights that may have been said to you in a daily, everyday life. So just really just find people who are going to embrace you. And I think that we can actually. I keep changing things up on Denise.
It's okay.
just to stress her out. But you said something really cool, so I'm wondering if we can come out here and just dialogue.
Sure.
Just you and me.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I really took away from what you were talking about was there's the internal process where you have to take care of yourself, and then there's the accountability of how to change the microaggression.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm white. So let's say I come and go, Denise, like we were coming here today to be professional. Like, isn't that something else you can do with your hair? All right, so I know, so give me the bubble over your head of like what you're thinking in that moment, because I'm the person that employs you and I am the person that has just said that who comes from a dominant identity. What comes up, if you weren't filtered, what comes up in your head? She's like, I'm in church, Allison. She was like, I don't know if I can tell you what I'm actually
She said no filter.
I know. I was like, oh, did it go out? Can we
Yeah, I
both
think
be
it
talking
did.
at the same time? Or here, I'll pass it back.
There we go.
All right, there we go.
So,
all right. For you all who didn't hear me, I said, she said no filter. But you know what? My first thought internally, no filter. Girl, bye. But I say that as a confident black woman now, okay? So I didn't come out the womb feeling like girl bye. You know, it takes time to get there. Honestly, transparency moment. So I started wearing my hair naturally about maybe 10 years ago. Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you. All right, got this. Okay, so there we go. Can you all hear me? Okay, excellent. No? Hello, hello? Yes, yes. Yeah, we just got to speak up a little bit. Okay. Okay. So with that, I just want to make sure that I understood what you were asking. So you were saying with, especially like, I guess with this profession, how do you deal with Black fatigue? What do you do? Is that what we're... Yeah, so my question is now moving to the external, because what I heard you say is then you have to educate me on how to talk to you.
Yes.
And part of that makes me angry, because why is it your job again to endure it and then have to catch me up? And so I'm just wondering if you can speak to that, of like in that moment, now that you are where you are, what could you say to me that didn't make you feel like you have to get me right?
Right.
Does that make more sense as a question?
Yeah.
It's an easy question.
Is it? So I think, again, in the moment, when it goes into the teaching mode, I guess it's a form of being comfortable too, being comfortable within, okay, there you go, and being able to explain to you also how that has made me feel in that moment. So, while I appreciate you're coming to me with that, I want to let you know that for, you to address something such as my hair, to indicate that I was not professional enough to be in a room, is offensive. And it's insulting. I think you have to call a thing a thing. You have to call it out, right? And so with that, you would ask them, you just have to be upfront. I would appreciate that you not do that anymore, because that's offensive to not only me, but anybody else that you were to say that to. It would probably put us on edge. We're girls. We want to feel confident when we're coming into that room and, ready to do what we need to do. And anything that you will put out, especially as something as insulting to say that because my hair looks the way it does, that I am not professional enough to be in this room. So I think it's a matter of being upfront and calling that out and explaining why they made you feel that way. It gives them a level of understanding, but it also gives the person that's having to provide this education another layer of confidence.
Beautiful job. Yeah. And I think that's the part. Denise and I have done so much talking about this and dialogue with ourselves of what's the part, as we start to close, that becomes her responsibility to invite me into a conversation that she really shouldn't have to. Right? But then I need to know, and so then the way I look at myself, and I went back to a lot of classes on whiteness this last year, and really looking, and there was a question, because I've seen this happen in a lot of groups of, I had some people who were white say, well, like, why do people have issues with us having an all-white group? I wonder. What's happened before when there have been all-white groups in history? It hasn't been positive things sometimes. And so when I then talked about it as a white person, I said, so I need a space to unpack all this knowledge of things to say, things not to say, understanding someone else's experience, empathy, and I don't want to drag you through that because your life has dragged you through that. So I need that space, and we don't have time to go there today, but then we get into allyship, is that once I do my part to try to understand the system and the whiteness and what my stuff is, then when Denise says that to me, I'm able to go, there it is, and know how to make it a conversation. That's what we're talking about in terms of resilience. Absolutely. And it takes multiple steps. Does that make sense?
And can I say just one more thing?
Yes, absolutely.
One more thing I want to add towards the building of the resilience piece is the educational part. So as she stated, it's not the responsibility of the person who was offended to have to educate that other person. What I would ask you to do, and this is again a piece of that resilience, educate yourselves. There is so much out here that you are able to educate yourself, that you should not have to ask
the person of color, can you tell me about this? I mean, it's always good to have a good friend that you can confide in, but ultimately do not lay that responsibility of educating yourself on someone else, especially not the one who is marginalized or the person who has been oppressed. So again, that's another piece into that resilience there.
Thank you, Denise.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
All right, y'all have hung on. It's been a long day. Some of y'all probably can't feel your legs anymore. Like, I am very grateful for all the stretching. We want to briefly start to just do one more piece on community resilience, and then I'm going to ask y'all to do that post-quiz, and then we want to tell you about some exciting stuff to come, because our goal is to have this be a beginning of a conversation, not an end. So if we could just bring up slide 167. And what I want to do is where this ends is community resilience. So I've been working with a lot of communities, and the first part is creating awareness, which we hope we've done today, right? Creating awareness of both family adversity and resilience, but also how it plays into identity, and particularly racial justice, right? And what we call dismantling whiteness. So where we go with this is there's two-prong approach. So what we want to do, you have a bunch of stuff in your handouts about how to bring up this conversation with someone else about trauma, plus your own experience today. So there's all kinds of handouts on how to do that, how to talk about it. So we want you to do that. Remember, you are Oz. What happens from here is based on what you do when you walk out of here today. There's a two-prong approach. So the first approach is we want to help people identify if they've experienced trauma and help them talk about it. That could mean accessing mental health services, but it could mean talking about it with friends, finding their group, finding their mentorship, finding their connection. The second thing we want to do is create what's called next generation health. We want to stop this stuff from happening. Okay? And the promise of that in communities, let's go to, I'm going to tell you one story of a community. And so if you could go to slide 175. This is a place called Walla Walla. So Walla Walla is a real place. It's in the state of Washington. I thought it was like Willy Wonka land, but it's a real place. And what they did is they started a children's resilience initiative, okay? And you can't read all those numbers, and it's not important. And every one of those numbers represents an organization that signed up and said, we want to support resilience in our community. Over 260 organizations signed up for children's resilience in Walla Walla. Those organizations that sign up in the green are organizations where that means everybody that touches their door, they're going to talk about resilience and talk about how to build resilience. The yellow ones are if someone has like an at-risk family, or what I like to call an at-promise family, some red flag has been raised, and we know then they're going to talk about trauma and resilience. And then red is crisis. Notice where they spent most of their time is in the green. It's in the well. Now let me show you what their outcomes were. Next slide. So they did this for 10 years. All of these organizations came together to do this. And all of a sudden, they lost funding to do it, okay? So the green line, they lost funding. The blue line kept funding. They did this for 10 years. So over a period of 10 years, these communities look very the same between ages 35 and 64, okay? But all of a sudden, there's a significant drop with group green. I want you to, with the knowledge you have, what they notice is the number of adversities for people between the ages of 18 and 34 dropped by 3. 3 less traumas happened to that generation. Now let me show you what that meant. Next slide. What that meant when they did the outcomes was this: reduction of out-of-home placement of children in the community, reduction of number of parents who lost their parental rights, reduction of the number of children that went to hospitals for accident and injury, reduction in the number of high school dropouts, juvenile suicide attempts, juvenile arrests for alcohol, drugs, violent crime, juvenile offenders, teen births, low birth weights, women who got no third trimester maternity care, infant mortality, and an increase in progress for 4th graders, which is a major indicator of later academic success. That's what happens when you invest in resilience in a community. And that's what I want to happen in Tarrant County. That's why we've been brought here. Okay? That's why we've been brought here. That is community resilience. But we won't be able to do it without you. So if we go to slide 179, this is where we are. We are in the messy middle. And this is the first time we've done this presentation in this way, so we are learning a lot, right? We're learning a lot. And what I want to say is that's where the magic happens. I am not going to determine how this works in Tarrant County because I don't live here. I'm not a parent here, I'm not an employee here, I'm not an invested partner here, but you are, and you've hung out with us for 4 hours. So I want to talk about change makers, right? And then I'll get Virginia to come up. So the idea is with this Recognize Rise, is we were invited, thanks to Commissioner Brooks and Potter's House and Mental Health Connections, to start the conversation with a group like you. And the goal is, I want you to ask yourself right now, what do I want to do with this information? Where do I start? Because change can start in so many ways. One program I did, we got a community center in a neighborhood that had really a lot of trauma. And we started it with the church. And the first time we came, we only had 15 people in the community. And they were checking me out. Was I for real? Because there had been a lot of white saviors who had hit that neighborhood, and they wanted to make sure they weren't going to invest their time. Right? And then they were like, no, you're kind of all right. And so then we trained those grandmothers to start doing porch visits with all the other people in the neighborhood. And every week we had more and more. And by the end of the summer, we had 100 people or more in every training. It was standing room only. So that's one thing you can do. But it's an individual conversation. It is starting things like parent cafes, which started in Southside Chicago, where people like me, we don't do anything like what we did today. We literally take notes, and parents in a community sit and say, this is what we need to help build resilience in our children. They write down the needs, and then partners come up and say, well, how do we do that? Instead of us coming in and saying what people need. So I want you to just think about for a minute when we think about change makers, because what Mental Health Connections has done is they're putting up a landing page, and they want to find out who wants to get involved, who wants to be a change maker, who wants to get involved in building resilience even more in this community, because I know a lot of you already are involved. And I want to say a special opportunity that's coming up in January is because it's about investment of time. All of y'all are, in my guess, very busy people. So it's kind of like when I go to one of my kids' like parent meetings the first night, and I'm like, oh, room mother sounds nice. Oh my gosh, I have to be here 2 days a week. Oh no, I can't do that. I can't offer in my life that much. I don't have it. But I can send cookies, and I can attend a field trip. There are ways I can contribute. So we want you to think about what's the level that you can contribute as you start to learn more. At a highest level of investment of time, Denise and I are going to come back in January, and we're going to do a pilot, and we've got to train the trainer. It would not be this deck. I have a train the trainer program I've been doing for 10 years that's been very effective in other communities. But you would train for 3 days with us on how to deliver like a 30-slide PowerPoint and how to deliver without slides, and how to go in and create this and involve people in this. And then it involves about a year-long, once a month, hanging out saying, hey, how's it going? What do we need to change? What's working? What's not working? Because what we need to do is create more and more awareness, and we need translators. There's not one language for this. We need someone, and I know she's left, but someone in the medical industry, like with heart issues. We need some people in the faith-based community. We need some people in schools. We need some people in regular workforce areas. We need translators all over the community. Child Protective Services, criminal justice. So we're looking. So it could be you, could be somebody else you know. Because what we want to do is we want to create the Tarrant County resilience story. We want those outcomes to be Tarrant, and it takes all of us. And one thing I want to say is one of the things that's happened for me, I'll close on this and bring you up, Virginia, is as a person who's white, a lot of times I'm like, maybe I've got to step back. And so part of the conversation is about the hard piece of this is when we still have so many people that look like me in very powerful positions, the truth is some of us do need to step back and create space. It just is. And that creates loss and grief, and it's just real. But it doesn't mean there's not a role for us. There's a role for everyone in this. It's gonna take all of us So if for some reason, and this may just be the story I'm telling myself, I've made you feel as a person who is white that we don't need you, I hope I didn't communicate that. And I hope what I've communicated is we're focusing on racial justice, but there's so many different identities that so many brave people have talked about today that also experience historical oppression and also experience disconnection. We got to talk about all of it. And it's going to take all of us. So don't stop. If we can put up that last Q scan, we're going to try again to see if we can do this post-test correctly. So we're going to put up that last Q scan, please. And then I'll let you start that. And then Virginia, I think you and maybe others will close us out.
So if you'll fill that out, we're kind of doing a pre and a post to see how much information you've got. There's about 4 questions, and it ought to take a second. I'm going to give you a second to finish that up. So as you're finishing that up, I want to, this card, find this card on your table. It may be in the journal or whatever. What else is on the table? Feel free to take the journal and the stuff in the journal. It talks about recognize and rise.
Raise your microphone.
I'm always too loud. So. Talks about recognize and rise, and it also has this card. On the back of this card, this is a different URL code than the one that you took the test, than that one. This is the landing page that Allison talked about. This will be the landing page for what's going on with Faces of Change Makers. And on there, just like what Allison was saying, there's choices on there of ways that you can check off to get more involved. And it'll ask you for your name and your email address, as well as giving you just different opportunities. And what we're going to do is this is the beginning. This is just the beginning of a lot of things to come, opportunities for training, opportunities for involvement, We really want to mobilize folks on the ground and expand our reach from just service providers, and let's really move into things happening within the community. And if you can wear 2 hats. You can be work in social services, but yet do stuff in your community. Absolutely. But we're especially looking for those folks that don't necessarily work in social services, but you have a circle of influence. You might be a pediatric nurse, or you might be just an influence in your neighborhood. Or you may belong to a faith-based community that's very much connected to the work that we're doing around trauma. We've got to mobilize ourselves in the community. So this will keep you connected with that. And then the other thing I want to tell you is, if you want CEUs, please, you're going to take, when you walk outside, there will be folks with, especially Jennifer, the lady back there, with the I forgot your name, but these 2 ladies right there, and they'll give you a certificate of CEUs when you give her this back. If you don't want CEUs, please fill this out and just leave it on the table, because we want to know what you think. So with no further ado, we are going to close, I believe. But before we do, no, we're not. Cedric, Cedric's got this real prayer thing happening, I told him. So, but before I turn it over, I really want us to, one more time, give a round of applause to Denise and Allison. We're going to see more of them, so get used to their face. And with that, thank you so much. And Cedric, do your thing, buddy.
Heavenly Father, thank you. Thank you for the hours, the weeks, the months, the years that Allison and Denise labored through preparing to present this information to us. Thank you for the richness of the data, the information, the knowledge, and wisdom that we received. We pray that you would allow it to find the fertile places in our hearts, in our minds, that it would take root and bear fruit in our lives, in our communities. We pray that you would make us impactful and relevant in the work of helping both ourselves, our families, and anyone we come in contact with overcome the challenges that trauma presents in our daily lives. Thank you for such a tremendous gift and opportunity to be transformative in the world. We ask that you give us the grace and the covering as we leave this place and go to our separate destinations and our homes and whichever place that you are taking us. And we thank you for the grace and the covering of your angels upon us. And we ask that you continue to bless us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
I guess this needs to go up there. Yes. Okay, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, okay, all right, awesome. So
Yeah, we did. Great work, great work.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you felt good about it?
Yeah, that was, yeah, but, well, I've been doing, this
Forever.
is my, one of
I mean,
kind of fun.
told me.
We don't save all the stuff.
He quoted for me in his interview with us. So I was like, oh, okay.
That's how I got the job. I was like, I researched Catherine, I was like,
your wife.
Yeah.
We
eat and breathe this
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
Go in the back. We're going to turn all this stuff off.
Yeah, I just published a book about the E&I, but it's more focused on interpersonal inclusion.
Okay.
And it's more of a program.
Ooh, I definitely need it.
So like when we say, how do we have those conversations where you have to confront a white person about your hair?
That part.
How we confront that part?
That part.
And that's what we're
So-
thinking. You want to find out if people want to have those.
Yeah. How do I have that?
See, that's do it. Because I
That's
think
what-
if people want to learn how to do that, then it's like, oh, you got the person. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm hoping is we hear from people here. What do you want to learn how to do? And we're able to create some kind of learning path of one knowing this, but then knowing specific skills. Because that's a whole thing in itself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's so important because that's what I find in the moment. Like, even with us who've done a ton of work, it's awkward. It's awkward. And so you need to know. It is.
Research every day.
Yep.
Me and Catherine talk, I think, every day through email about these things, but it's endless because of the shift.
Absolutely. And I took that class from Equity in the Center, and that was the biggest thing is she taught me a 4-step process from in that moment, how to center my body, and then how to ask a question and stay curious when what I want to do is come at them, and then being able to say, so my experience is this, and then make a commitment to long-term experience. And so, and those help me so much because in the moment, I'm so,
Right.
and I push people away.
And then on the other side of it, because it's the oppressed always